To the CCA Summer Series. Man, does it feel absolutely great to say those words, Taco. Before we start, thank you very much. You are doing your due diligence.
I did my homework, all right? Okay, I had him next to me. I was flustered, all right?
That's fine. It's why we started. But my name is Seb, and along with me, we have three fantastic talents with us. We have, of course, Hercules. We got Bass from the past. We got the Danger. Taco, how are all of you doing? Herc, starting with you.
Oh my gosh, I'm excited. I'm happy to be back again. It's a big month for Rocket League all over the scene right now. We are being fed, so I'm happy to be a part of that.
Yes, we are very much eating.
Let me put it this way. This has been the most chaotic start to a collegiate event we've ever had because teams are actually playing. Usually we wait till, like, I don't know, week number 3 or 4. This time we've had about, I'd say, you know, kind of a lackluster, like, first half week. Then Independence Day hit and everybody went, all right, cool. So we're playing like 8 games now. And it seriously has happened. Every team seems to have results at this point, and honestly, it makes them all the more entertaining for what we're talking about ahead of time on pre-show here.
Okay, how you doing?
I mean, I'm doing great. I mean, at the end of the day, I didn't have my sunglasses on. But other than that, I am fully prepped. These series are going to be fantastic. The rest of the week has a bunch of great matches on kind of side streams. So it's truly hitting the ground running because, yes, we had the July 4th week and, you know, people are on vacation.
Also
or
Canada Day,
or
you know.
just taking time. Yeah, Canada has a whole day to celebrate itself. How cringe. Definitely unrelated to what America does. Why do we need to celebrate Canada? That's my one question. Sorry, we'll save that for the podcast.
Crazy.
But, beyond that, yeah, it is nice to be able to see everything in flow. And also, we're starting to get results from, like, the top teams. We don't have to speculate much longer. We'll actually be able to see them with our own eyes and be able to spectate the glory that is the new renaissance of Collegiate Rocket League.
Yeah, I was keeping a close eye last week. Vaudable was taking his turn first, and now I'm on for this one. So I'm very, very happy to be here with all of y'all. But let's take a look at some of these top teams who have actually been getting their games in. Let's take a look at the standings, starting off with the Eastern Conference. And yes, it is kind of going par for the course. We'll show you why in terms of just games played. But thus far, we have Ball State going 2-0, University of Akron going 2-0. And then we have generally the top markers, I think, that we are sort of predicting getting their first matches in. We got Illinois, we got Davenport, Shawnee, Akron Gold going 1-1, which we still are trying to figure out where they're going to go. Durham. Yep. Kennesaw going 1-2, which is unfortunate considering I think we were pretty high on them too, coming from the podcast, boys, right?
This is painful. Kennesaw, you guys do this every single season. You look like you're in your best form by far, and then you start the season and are going into your worst form by far. I want consistency. I don't know if there's another word to use at this point, and I don't really know if there's much else to ask for. Kennesaw, you've proven yourselves to be good enough at this point. Just do it on a consistent basis. 1-2 is not a good way to start.
I don't mean to gloat, but I do recall making this exact same argument.
Yeah, but look who's in third place right now.
This
all right,
exact same argument. So I will bring it up this Friday. Regardless, let's go on to the Western Conference, where we've seen way more action thus far from all of our teams. Maryville going 7-0 over the course of the first week, getting all of the bangers out of the way, putting L's on everyone's board. Oregon, though, had a pretty decent amount of matches, including a absolute barn burner of a Oregon derby between Oregon University and Oregon State. That was an incredible match to watch if you were watching on the Danger Taco stream. We have Mizzou going 2-0, and then Columbia and Boise going 2-1. Not the strongest of starts for these two, considering the pedigree that we're really familiar with, especially from Boise, going so strong. Borregos, unfortunately, Herc, I'm sorry. Sorry.
What? Why did you get...
Sorry.
Hold on. There's a soundbite that can't get used right now, but I hope everyone knows what I'm talking about. Anyways, it's early, okay? There's a lot of other games to be played. I'll give context on like a personal stream.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, listen. I'm in the dumps. You're in the dumps. We're in the dumps together. Okay, we're representing our own regions, but yeah, we're both in the dumps. However, that being said, Texas is also completely down south right now. This is a region that has all.
Not entirely.
I guess, yes. St. Edwards has not
Just
played, if you
don't play
want to
your
count
games,
that.
and
back.
that's better than 0-1 or 1-5.
Is it though?
Exactly.
Is it though?
At this point, yes.
I'm going to have to call a whistle and delay of game on St.
The
Edwards.
coward's advantage.
Okay, but let's talk about what is the big Maryville scoreboard that we have up here with the 7-0 scoreboard between Maryville. Look at that stat line. 7 wins in a row against some of the top teams that we have here. And honestly, especially as Oregon continues to do better throughout the course of this season, that looks like a heavier and heavier win the more games that we play throughout the course of this split. And then with Columbia, of course, Colorado, Boise, that is 3 top contenders we were all predicting.
Not a fun time for sure against the West. I mean, everyone coming in against Maryville knew that they were good. This team is coming off of an NECC national championship in May, and so obviously, yeah, it's going to go great. It probably, it'll be back and forth a little bit, and then no, it just starts immediately on a warpath. I was on the Boise State matchup with Vod on the cast, and I remember afterwards we both we weren't in the same room, but if we were, we probably just would have stared at each other and been like, I really expected this to be a little bit better. Like, I expected that to be a little bit back and forth. They just tore teams apart. They looked a little shaky at times, obviously dropping one to LCU at their not full strength roster. And Oregon reportedly was a reverse sweep. And Onzen said that if he didn't completely just bonk a shot off the crossbar, it actually could have been potentially a victory. So some more evidence that Oregon is maybe next up, but still didn't go through. So at the end of the day, 7-0 is still going to be just dominating the scoreboard right now.
I think the funniest thing about this, especially Herc, when I'm looking at the Western teams, and this isn't a slight on the West, but they usually are the ones that wait till the very last minute to get all their matches through. I do distinctly remember this from CRL and from last season, where it's like, okay, we're going to defer all of our matches to literally the last week while we're also prepping for exams. But taking especially Herc, when it comes down to Boise State, remember, this is the team that went, if I remember correctly, 15-0 in CRL, and Maryville made them look like chumps. It was not even close.
I mean, it's growth. It's coming in hot, swinging, scheduling out everything, and saying, you know what, we're just gonna get down, swing. Like, what is the saying? Like, you swing while the iron's hot. If you know you're doing well, you just go and schedule out as many matches as possible against the top teams. And then you have situations like this where the Boise States are going down 0-3 to them, and the Columbias are going down 0-3. And it's the shockers like Oregon that are like, all right, these are like the contenders for next year, but you still kind of force them to sit down and say, no, we owned summer, and we will own the rest of summer as well, leading into the rest of the year. But I don't know, something about Maryville, they are riding a high that they're very successfully riding a high.
Yeah. I think it's just because they're trying to get all of their matches out of the way for like festival season coming up. They have a lot of concerts to go to. Honestly, understandable.
Honestly, that's possible.
Yeah, it's very
around
possible.
the Maryville campus. Really, that's where it's popping right now?
I don't think so.
You don't know? I mean, listen, dude, like, maybe. I mean, dude, the Knight's popping off. He's currently with the most games played, but also on the top 10 leaderboards, 4 goals at the moment. He could just be wanting to get the match done early and just want to go out, I don't know what there is in Maryville, to be honest. That school is a mystery to me, but hey, summer.
That's really all that needs to. Summer is all that needs to really be said, mainly because this is both our kind of like off season and also preseason for collegiate, so it kind of all blends together.
It is the combination of both. Remember that in terms of players, that we're allowed to have people who are currently on the way out. This is why like Tristan and some other players are currently playing, but also players that are coming in, which is why we have Creams, the Canadian GOAT, currently on Northwood at the moment, playing for Northwood. But in terms of Maryville, they will be continuing their season, but they got most of their hard matchups out of the way. I think everyone's eyes currently are on that St. Edward's matchup, which will be coming up hopefully soon. But in the meantime, let's get going to what will be our upcoming matchup this evening. We have our schedule, but our first matchup, which will be the University of Texas Arlington versus what feels like a perennial powerhouse in the Western Conference forever now. It is Columbia College. And we have 2 members of these 2 squads on standby. We have Caribou and we have Gusky. And I think we'll just be loading up the interview real quick. These 2 teams, very strong in their own right. Both are still at the moment, like, UTA is finding their feet. I think it's fair to say, Bass. When I'm looking at UTA, they're struggling, but they're known for doing this, and then they clutch out in the second half of the season for whatever reason, regardless if Samba is on the roster or not.
You're so much kinder to all of Texas than I would ever be at this point. Look, man, I've had UTA on stream. I like that team just from a personality standpoint. I think all 3 of those guys are just lovely people to talk to. The concern is that they don't back it up with gameplay. I don't really know what else to say besides UTA. You guys are a team that should be middle of the pack, and right now they are not doing that. It does not feel like this is a team that has proven themselves to even be competitive with the very top. I think that they're not going to finish poorly, but like, they got to be competitive today against Columbia. If they are not UTA, dog, I can only have faith in you guys for so long. I want to rep you. Let me rep you, please.
What about UNLV, dude? You just like forget they exist?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they didn't qualify.
Listen, damn. So does that? Okay. All right. You know what? Let's forget about that. I'm not gonna dig any deeper into that.
I love you,
whatever the lore is of that. But we have our interview ready. It is going to be Caribou and Gusky. First time we're seeing some of these players on cam. How you boys doing, Caribou? Wearing that Arlington jersey. How you doing, man?
Yes, sir. I'm doing pretty good.
Gusky also wearing the Columbia jersey, looking good.
Gotta represent.
Gotta represent. All right, so we got a bit of the matchups right now, and Carrie B, starting with you. Let's face it. UTA does not have the best record currently against Columbia College throughout the course of CRL history. At the moment, the last time that UTA was able to take a win against Columbia was in 2022 when Samba was still on the roster. Where do you take that record going forward? Do you think that with Samba off the roster, with you on the roster, that you are like a fresh, reformed team ready to take on Samba and his compatriots?
Yes. For the short answer, yes. I actually think Samba off the team will be our greatest ally.
Oh, wow.
They call it UT Adverse for a reason. So now that we got, rid of someone else who thought he'd take over that role, we got a better chance, going behind our real star player at this school.
Okay, go ahead.
Bro, what are you supposed to say to that? All right. Well, I guess let's go off of that, right? You guys are saying that this is pretty much now more in your favor. You're feeling a little bit more confident without him being there. What's the change been like? What makes you feel better now that he is off of that roster?
Again, I feel like it's just playing around Adverse and really using him as our keystone to bring home offensive pressure and making sure that we support him however he needs to be supported. And I also think for this matchup specifically, playing against Samba is a really, really good pro for us to have, being able to maybe capitalize on him being nervous, perhaps, playing his old school.
All right. Well, you know what? As much as I would like to talk about Samba all day, we have two other players here who are not Samba. So let's try and switch this one up a little bit. Gusky, I'm going to go to you. My guy, I feel like we've been talking about this for a while. Columbia's gone through a couple of different roster changes throughout the time. You guys have had two rosters, actually, as a matter of fact, within the last year. How you feeling now that it's been consolidated down to the three of you guys? Obviously, part of that is with transfers out of the university, but we've also talked a lot behind the scenes. I think a lot of people have stated this is kind of the combo we've been waiting for. This feels like probably one of the most confident combos you guys could have. You feeling the same way?
I do agree. I think now that we're in a place where we can actually build on each other as a team, we have set teammates set in stone. We don't have to worry about any issues inside the team. Like we're good to grow. We're good to beat UTA.
Straight on. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, well, the one thing I'm kind of curious about with this is a question for a little bit of both of you is that both of you are thirds onto rosters now of two highly experienced CRL players. And so I know sometimes that gets people a little nervous because you have teammates that have played for like 3+ seasons. Some of them are just grandfathers basically of the CRL scene. So how has that transition been, becoming kind of that new third? And do you feel like there's still work to do for both of you in trying to build the chemistry and make you guys like the best versions of the teams that you could possibly be? I guess I'll go to Gusky first.
I think it's great having a couple of old heads on the team. They can kind of bring you under their wings, teach you how to improve. Samba, honestly, like the first semester at Columbia, he helped me improve a lot when me and him were both on the B team. I had probably the biggest jump of improvement I've had in a while from that short time. And so I'm just excited to continue team with them. I'm excited. I'm so excited.
I think the funny part is that I think Samba just wants to put Nava back in the retirement home for good. I don't know the beef currently that he has. I think it's just flaming. But I'm sure Nava is going to get a kick if he does beat Samba, and then Samba will let us all know in chat. But that wraps it up for you guys this evening. Any last words you guys want to shout out before we get into your hotly contested series?
I hope it's a great series. I hope we have a close one.
Yeah, for sure. Just like in the fall, right? But a little different this time.
I don't remember the fall, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah.
I just got reverse swept.
Almost don't mean nothing.
Yeah, we got better. We learned.
Yeah, all right. Well, either way, thank you guys so much. Best of luck in your matches. I'm sure it's going to be a tight one.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Seb.
Okay. Well, I think we know where this is going.
The
But
boys.
in case you didn't, this is going to be our schedule for this evening. We're going to be kicking things off with Columbia versus UT Arlington, a classic matchup within the Western Conference in CRL. We're going to be following things up with Bruton Parker versus Shawnee. Our third match will be Akron Gold versus Davenport. We finally get to see this hyped up roster again. And now Oregon State versus Colorado to wrap things up. That will be our schedule this evening. Any favorites that we have here for this evening? Kirk, starting with you.
I mean, well, for me, this one, honestly, I feel like there's not only a lot of history, but I get excited anytime a Texas team goes into play for the summer series. I always hope for a different outcome than what usually happens. They seem excited and they seem somewhat confident.
Hey.
So, no haze. I'm a realist when it comes to this state competing. But yeah, no, this matchup is for sure my favorite.
I wish I could be a realist about my teams competing. Anyway, Bass,
You can be.
what is your favorite? Yeah, I know.
Honestly, I'd have to agree with that, or the latter, or the following one after this one in BPC versus Shawnee. That one's interesting to me because these are both two teams that we've talked about a lot being kind of fringe of playoffs right now, where we recognize that they have upgraded in comparison to the rosters they had in the past, but have they upgraded enough to get to the very tippy top of Collegiate Rocket League? If one of the two of them takes a convincing win here, there might be an argument for it, but again, we kind of got to see. This is some of the first real competition either of these rosters is going to see.
Okay.
I think the third match, Akron Gold Davenport, is interesting, mainly because Davenport has been coming in as really our biggest, highest profile team in the East. Maybe is this going to be the best team ever, or is it going to be maybe more middling? Who knows? And they start off the season great, but that's it. They just started off. They have 1-0. I believe they'll win over Stockton. So right now it's okay, well, how far can they go? They're playing Akron Gold, which previously, we, even on the Champ League show, were talking about it Akron Gold, a little disappointing, a little middling. And then they went to Game 5 against their sister school, which is another team that we thought was going to be atop the East. So if they can go to Game 5 against them, I think they'll be a good showing. It'll be a good test to see how far up the table Akron Gold can punch, and then Davenport seeing if they're actually truly amongst that upper echelon of elite talent we see in the East.
I just want to point out Wheat's also in chat adding you, Bass. We will have your support when we fall in call.
You have my phone number, bro. If you want to text me, that's cool. If we want to go hang out after this one, I've got your back forever. I quite literally can't have your back in this one, bro. You're not in the competition. I
just said you had to support forever.
I'll support him when he's in the competition. He knows this. Wheat's the same way. Bro's a realist, which is the fact that he's going to come back in the fall, do a lot better than what happened this summer. And I swear, if he doesn't, then we're having conversations that will not be going on stream and will be going through text.
Well, okay, this just went deep. My favorite match of the evening, by the way, is going to be Akron Gold versus Davenport for the same reasons of kind of Taco. It's just, for me, I personally haven't gotten to be on the broadcast where Davenport has played yet, nor on my personal stream. So I want to see to the extent with my own eyes how good this Davenport squad can be, and I want to see it against a team where they should be able to handle business. And I think for that, I want to see how much they can really rise in terms of their peak level against a middling kind of team. Sorry, Akron Gold, but it's true. So with that is our schedule for this evening. And we mentioned it earlier, but our first match will be Columbia versus UT Arlington. We saw the interviews. We know how it's going to turn out. I believe we have some predictions, but let's get it going in terms of predictions. Kirk, who do you got?
First off, saying we know how it's gonna turn out is extremely subjective. But no. Everybody deserves to get to back somebody, and you don't get to put those fans down out there just because of history. History changes at some point, but yes, between these two teams, we actually have an incredible matchup. Of course, on the end of Columbia, we've got Cryptic, Gusky, and Samba, and then Adverse Caribou. And this name is gonna mess me up a million times over, always, but Random Shy, for some reason, pops in my head as Randushi. And
What?
makes me, I don't know, it makes me very dyslexic when I look at his names and at his name, and I don't know why.
There's a chance we don't have him tonight, though. I know that Taki, you said there was going to be a sub. One of
we
these
have
guys
Nava
is playing for Nava.
Yes.
Is he playing for Caribou or for Random Shy, though? Do we know the full,
He is
the official
in
three?
for
Random
Random
Shy.
Shy.
Okay, you don't even got to worry about that tonight.
That's why I was saying It's the only
listen,
time I have to say that.
Samba was already like getting the pre-flame in on Nava in the chat, so he is very much ready and good to go. But in terms of the matchup, I think we're still getting the predictions ready. But Herc, what is your prediction on this?
I mean, man, I know I'm supposed. Oh, don't look at me. Some of us are.
I'm about to.
Yeah, it's not so easy, huh? To always be ready with the glasses.
It was messing up my makeup, and I was gonna get like 2 little dots on my face. But anyway, I am still sticking with UTA. I'm gonna hope and cross my fingers. I know everybody's gonna shake their head at me, but if I call the upset and I look like a genius, I want a round of apologies. If not, we just act like this never happened.
Well, no, you're calling your shot. We'll point it out either way. Bass, who you got?
I'm gonna just say this: if UTA does win, that's the best win they will take in a very long while. If they don't win this, that is the most standard result we can get. If you somehow do this again, Herc, I swear, you do this consistently. It's impressive. It's not like I'm trying to bash. I'm taking Colombia here. I now, for some reason, up until this moment, did not think it was possible. Herc's got me feeling like we're about to see an upset, and I don't like that, because she's just got a knack for this.
Yeah, a little bit of a psychic vision from Herc sometimes. Herc never wrong is a hashtag.
It's actually scary.
It's very scary.
It is pretty scary, but I'm fearless because I know she's wrong. I'm going with Colombia in this one. I say this gets decided in 4. I will say the one X factor that could come in is that if Samba starts getting stunted on by Nava, he will tilt. And that will be a factor, I think, that could come in. If Nava hits a sick double or dunks him into oblivion to get some early goals, then you know Samba's not going to be like, it's fine, go on. He'll be like, how do I allow this to happen? And it's just going to be a spiral. So Cryptic, Gusky, you got to be locked in on the comms. Keep them away from that.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that this isn't a battle of who is the better team. This is the battle of Samba's mental right now, and it's all on to make sure that UTA can essentially take advantage and exploit it. That's why Nava is on the pitch. No other reason at all. It doesn't matter why Random Shine might be gone. So I'm taking Colombia for this one. I think that, yes, Nava might cause Samba to tilt, but I think Gusky is going to be able to be like, all right, let me carry you across the finish line, old man, and we'll just, go to 3-1 and not have any issues at all in terms of this season. Though I still think if UTA wins, yes, I will bow down to Herc's genius, but I think it's going to be quite unlikely. I think it's, but that's my prediction. So that is our desk. It is not a full sweep, so you don't get the reverse caster curse or whatever it might be for the full desk sweep. It is 3-1 currently. And with that, let's get to our match this evening. It will be our first match of this episode. No, never mind. Okay, so we're gonna keep going for a bit. But one thing I do want to point out is that this is a matchup that is years in the making. It has been a consistent matchup between two Western Conference powerhouses for years. It has been ups and downs, and currently I believe the last known record for it was 12-3 in Colombia's favor. Any thoughts on that going into it?
Good luck to UTA. Again, we continue
to
say this.
Does that support your prediction, Herc? Like, how does that make you feel?
The past is the past. Things change. There was a time where G2 was falling off, and now look at them. So, you know what? It could happen here.
When was G2 falling off?
I don't know.
This also implies by that simile that more or less UTA is G2 in this
UTA
context.
is G2. Yeah.
Okay, then you heard it
Nava
first.
is Daniel.
What would that make Colombia?
BDS, who ended up winning Worlds.
Still sad. Still remember everyone filing out.
Even a bigger heady pick, that's like Worlds from 2 years ago. So that's like when Colombia won Fall Nationals. You remember that? But in terms of this matchup, when it comes down to a 12-3 is a pretty significant barrier to overcome. Though, that being said, our lobby is just about ready to go, I believe. We're done with the test lobby. We are almost ready to get going in what will be our first match of this evening. We have old heads on both sides. Nava and Samba fighting it out in a retirement home, somehow still playing the game at this age, just like all of us. But this is going to be an interesting matchup. It's not often we get to see two teammates who have been playing against and with each other for so long at this point, finding heads on the pitch. So with that, it's going to be a classic Battle of the West to open things up here for the CCA Summer Series. So please, casters, take it away.
Well, we find ourselves back yet again, you and me, her, kicking this one off, just like we did last week. The only difference, this one's a little personal for you. If UTA takes another loss, this is not going to be a fun one for you. As look, man, Texas is in the gutter already. They need to find a way out.
You know what? I believe in changing tides, okay? I believe in the impossible. I think there is a time where, you know what, maybe Nava pulls through and they figure out a way to make Samba tilt, and then it starts snowing in Texas.
That already happens. That actually shuts down the power grid like yearly at this point. So I don't know about that one, but you know what? Anything is possible. The only issue for your snow analogy, though, it is like, what, 110 degrees there this week? Isn't it like quite literally the hottest week of the summer so far?
It is. It's gotten a little lighter. There is a hurricane, which means
that's helpful.
tides are changing out here. All right?
I don't think that's for the better, though. That just sounds like tides are changing to something just about as destructive and problematic. Let's see if UTA can be that, because right now they've been able to get in the way of pretty much any shot that Columbia's come out against them with. They might even get some own offense for themselves. Adverse off the backboard, trying to get something started. Cryptic and take that one away and be met with a challenge from Caribou, who will keep it going. UTA might have started off this game a little bit on the back foot, but starting to get some midfield presence and some offense of their own.
I will say, I feel like maybe you would agree with this, but there is no way UTA didn't come into this with some sort of a game plan. Clearly, there is an attempt to try and stop Adverse, but my lord, was that 3 touches? It was Caribou's flick off the backboard and then a double? Never mind.
Okay, all right. Flip reset immediately into the shot. I'm just going to state this much here. Remember how Taco said that the one world where UTA take this one is that if we see Adverse or Nava start stunting on Samba, he's going to tilt out. Getting flip reset on for a double off the backboard might be the most tilting way to start off a series.
I absolutely agree. And then doing it again could make it even worse. So why not add to the tilt Adverse? The one that everybody had in the back of their minds on this match has officially become a shining light for UTA in the series.
UTA, you did your homework, huh? It's not even like school time. You're doing it anyways. Okay, this is how prepared they're coming into this one. We're definitely going to have a different series on our hands. Last time, it was a reverse sweep, almost an attempt that was thwarted in Game 5. They might not need the 5 games if UTA keeps playing like this.
I will say I think Columbia is doing a good job of adjusting, micro-adjusting right now, because defensively, I've seen Samba getting a little bit more prep. You already saw him take that corner boost and go back right for those challenges. So Columbia is adjusting a lot quicker than they were before, and there you have it. First transition out for Columbia has come through successfully.
Samba said, I'm not just going to let you guys have the spotlight. I can double touch off the backboard too, although this one, less earned, more just given. Caribou on the backboard, not able to make a touch there, just kind of falls off of it and unfortunately floats right past Samba, right past the ball, and, well, it results in a goal. Columbia going to find their way back in, but not nearly as impressive as the first 2 goals we've had here in this series, and I don't think UTA's done shooting yet. Cryptic, a save on the line, but on 0 boost means more offense here for UT Arlington.
Now only 2 minutes into this one, UTA holding on to a lead, potentially could extend it. This one off the backboard, no boost, means you gotta leave it for a follow-up, and it wasn't as successful as they might have hoped. Even on no boost, still trying to hold this into the favor of UTA. Samba, though, he's been playing defensive heavy a lot, which makes me a little bit nervous because it puts a lot of pressure onto Gusky in particular to kind of carry the offensive push forward, which kind of hasn't been working in their favor. I think this ball, as we're watching, continues to get taken away, and these transitions come out a little bit faster than Columbia would like. Forces them to run back to their own half a little bit too often.
And it feels like right now they're just living in their own half. I do think it's slightly intentional with usually having a single player upfield. Here's the issue, though. When they do send 2 players, they get punished for it. Adverse, a hat trick in game 1. We were focusing on the wrong former UTA teammate here. It's not Nava today, it's Adverse.
It is a great sense of awareness that this player is all over it today, and I have to agree with you. You can't not agree with you on that one, right? Everybody came into this like, okay, this has to be like the Nava Samba show. I kind of came into this one with my eyes on Gusky and Adverse, and that's exactly what's going on. These are the 2 next players to be coming up in my eyes on these rosters. Yes, I know one of these isn't up for minute member right now, but those are the 2 to really keep your eye on, because that's the future, right? That's the future of the 2 rosters. So if they are able to, do what they're doing, especially Adverse, what we're seeing from Adverse, that is a good sign of what the future could look like for UTA.
People seem to forget that Adverse used to be a top 1s player, like not just like in North America, just planet-wide. Dude was in show matches on every stream imaginable and was taking names and numbers across pros, oh my goodness, across the world. He's taking the name and number of every Colombia player with this one.
Such a clean play. It's a baby bump, but into a double. That is just pure control and mechs. A 3-goal lead for UTA on the road to rewrite history. But I will say a minute 30 seconds, that is plenty of time for Colombia to kind of get their act together and start trying to catch up to UTA.
I mean, it's plenty of time, but Colombia, you got to start actually putting shots on target if you want to do so, or just slow down Adverse here. Fun fact, UT Arlington, 6 total shots, all 6 of them are from Adverse. We've got 2 total shots from Colombia. Even if Colombia had scored every shot they've taken in this game, they would still have lost to just Adverse alone. I don't really know what's going on here. This is quite literally the opposite of what we anticipated in this series. This is a bit more normal. Overcommitment out at midfield, Gusky will punish.
I will say this one's a little unfortunate because of the boost count on Adverse. He was already trying to go back and be aware that he was low. I think he was trying to pick up pads. So once that ball got missed, he was like, all right, it's a race against this ball. The ball is clearly faster than me. There's nothing you can do at that point. But as far as Colombia is concerned, if every shot, even if it's a baby shot, is on target, your chances significantly increase compared to what you had before. But my gosh, Nava has entered the chat.
What happened, Colombia? We talk you guys up. We're talking about how good you guys are here. And then all of a sudden you've decided, hey, free airspace. Forget free real estate. Free airspace for everybody involved here. How many times are we going to see a double touch off the backboard where eventually a Colombia player dies, but by the time they do, it is far too late, including in this game. 40 seconds to go. 3 goals is technically possible, but with yet another save at Adverse and Nava quite literally taunting them in chat here. He's got some messages you guys can't see right now. I don't know if this game's going to change up. UTA with a statement here in game 1.
I mean, we talked about it. The name of the game is to kind of tilt out Colombia a little bit, and it's not a bad thing to be an emotional player by any means. Nobody critiques that. But sometimes being emotional can come to a fault. And if people are able to take advantage of that and tilt you out of defense, like we're kind of starting to see a little bit, that could be a problem. 3-goal lead, way too much to try and catch up to in these last few moments. And there you have it. The team that nobody thought had a chance takes game number 1.
They didn't just take game number 1. They stole it. They took that one and dominated the entire way throughout. Adverse finishing with 8 total shots, almost 800 points. And at this point, Nava is 100% going after Samba. He does not care about Gusky or Cryptic. He's out here in chat calling out Samba's point total. 281 getting thrown in the all chat here. This dude's ready. They understand what this is. Yeah, it's some friendly beef, but at the end of the day, beef is still beef. It can be fun and games, but when you get into the game and all of a sudden that friendly beef is now getting thrown in your face after you just lost, it's a lot harder to just kind of shake off and keep playing through.
It really is. I've got to say, Adverse keeping his mouth shut on it and kind of just locking in. I gotta give a lot of respect to it because you kind of want to get into that fun and you want to start, pushing buttons a little bit. But sometimes it is better to just keep yourself in the same state of mind you've always been and ignoring all that side stuff going on. So right now, like I said before, a lot of people came into this series with the intention that this was a Samba versus Nava show, and I don't know. We talked about it at the beginning of the series. I disagree. I think it's Adverse versus Gusky. Gusky kind of started to wake up a little bit in that game number 1, but at the end of the day, Adverse has UTA on his back.
Let's see if he can keep the backpack here in game 2. We move over to Utopia, where it's anything but a Utopia so far here for Colombia, who have struggled thus far to not only get shots, but to really just find a way to slow this UTA team down. They're starting off with the first offense here in our second game. Good midfield presence and some demos could lead the way. Unfortunately, your star boy in Gusky, though, puts that one way away from himself and will have to now retreat to restart his offense.
I'm getting a little questionable of some of these pathings for these players. I see Samba on low boost for much longer than I would like to see him on it, and I feel like that takes away options for him to get to do things that he would like. But the one time I have gotten to see him on higher bits of boost, he goes for a very solid challenge to follow this one up and gets the dunk and the goal.
Oh, I criticized the defense earlier of UTA. I hate to say it again, but I'm going to have to. Nava, where are you going, brother? He just pushes out a net a little bit too aggressively there. Completely leaves his team without a defender back, and without that defender back, that's immediately a goal. Colombia, they'll take all the freebies they can get, mainly because it's going to be demoralizing the UTA and slow them down. That is only the 3rd goal so far for Colombia. Maybe they can find a 4th. Not if Adverse has something to say about it. All right, Nava, you can screw up on the goal line. Adverse will not continue to do so. He's trying to get some offense. He's trying to get something started. Nava, you, my brother, I don't know what's going on right now, but you are misjudging every one of these challenges.
I was going to say, I was actually about to commend UTA on their follow-ups until that came out, and I was just like, my goodness, you are making it extremely hard to compliment you guys right now. But it's like I talked about, it's a hand-in-hand moment going on. Colombia obviously are correcting mistakes that went down in number 1, which in turn is disrupting UTA's flow state that they had in game 1, right? It's a lot harder to do what you did in game 1 if you're getting pushed all over the field. However, creativity seems to prevail every time. They took this one low. We haven't seen a low ground play like this one just yet from UTA, and it comes out flawlessly.
I mean, look, a goal is a goal here, and it's kind of going to show that this UTA team have the capabilities. Like we said, when they're on point, they're playing great. When they're not on point, you've seen the lowlights happen far too many times here, with 2 goals more or less being given away to Colombia. Consistency, something we've talked about here in the West, something that has been lacking for a majority of teams within Collegiate Rocket League. Maybe Caribou can at least consistently get this out to midfield and stop the offense that Colombia seemingly had throughout most of this game. Gusky trying to make his name known yet again. Pass down to Samba. It's completely cut out by Caribou. Defense is stepping up here for UTA, but they're playing a lot more of it, so they kind of have to be highlighted there. Let's see if maybe now they can get some offense. Pass out center, completely intercepted.
So many attempts to do these center plays too, and all that's really happening is Colombia is anticipating them so much quicker than they were in game 1, which is a bad thing for UTA. And then on the flip side of things, Colombia is re-handing out those plays to UTA, so they're having to defend what they're trying to put out onto the field, and you know that that's just got to be a level of frustration. Now the demos are being added into the mix. Frustration, I believe, is the name of the game for game number 2 here. Everybody's just trying to force somebody into a mistake a little bit, catch them out, because defensively, both teams have been extremely strong. It's been a while since we've seen a decent shot on target here. An attempt to go at a bump play goes wayside. This one clears out backfield, but right back into the hands of Colombia.
Into the corner it goes. Follow up from Caribou. Gets a double commit. That's open for nothing. I thought he completely missed it. I'm going to call it a changeup. Intentional slow ball here, because otherwise that's something.
Oh my god, you know what, I'm in the same boat as you. We're gonna pretend that was extremely intentional, and you know what, good for you. 2-1 in favor of UTA. They have sat in this position before and just continued to extend off of it. 2 minutes on the clock. Can Adverse go again? Mini double off the crossbar and through, and well, there you have it.
I want to watch this replay back. Did Adverse save this flip reset and then use the last second? Because it looked like he did. Yep, 100%. Dude literally saved the flip reset, waited to muscle through the 50, and boy, did he ever. Dude's been hitting the gym, and I hate to tell you this, Columbia, if you keep playing like this, you're about to hit the locker room a lot earlier than you anticipated. We might have our second game in a row here. Reverse sweep could be on the cards, similar to the last time these two teams played, but who would have expected it would have been Columbia that would have to reverse?
I don't think, well, you know what? All three of y'all expected it. So, you know what? There you go. A minute 38 on the clock. Caribou wants a piece of the action off the backboard. Follow-up sent off because it takes now 2 players to defend the shots of UTA, and the pressure doesn't stop there. Follow-up goes through past the entire defense. Nobody back left on third, and there you have it. Caribou now is a player you gotta watch out for.
I'm just gonna say they're trolling. I don't really have anything other way. This is the copium that I'm gonna just have to throw out here. No, I'm copium, full copium. I have nothing else to go off of here because Columbia, for a team that we have touted as being a surefire shoe-in to a top 6, a playoff team, is now currently facing a team that is 1-2. They are a negative record at the moment. And that negative record team is currently outscoring your team 9-3. What?
Listen, when we had the interview, right, and we spoke to both of them, one of the questions that I asked, I was like, you know, what makes UTA so much more confident now heading into against a team like Columbia? And he said, we are now purposely playing around adverse. And to have that acknowledgement that adverse, you know, is somebody that you're just going to have to focus yourself around, that's not a bad thing. Sometimes players want to split things up a little bit more equally, and I feel like that's kind of the case for Columbia right now. They want to almost... I mean, that was the vibe we got, right, from Ski. He said, you know, that we're all kind of being taken under a wing. We're all kind of learning a little bit. But as far as UTA was concerned, they said, no, we know that Adverse is incredible. We know he is a star player. It works better in our favor if we play around him to his strengths. And that was the homework that they put out onto the field, and it is clearly working.
Just get something started for your team here, brother. There we go. Air dribble, cross court.
Too little, too late.
I mean, it's extremely too late. It just gives me some hope that maybe Game 3 we finally see a real version of Columbia.
Honestly, that's valid. I want to see this be a little bit closer of a challenge. However, I gotta respect UTA. I think out of I feel like it's safe to say probably out of all of the matches that they're going to have throughout this summer series, this one is the most personal. So I would have felt that they would have came into this with an extremely intense game plan into the series in general, and I feel like that's what they are putting out right now. It is working. They take game number 2, not in as big of a fashion as we saw in game number 1, this time a little bit closer. Columbia making some adjustments there, but officially on match point.
Nava is the only person so far who has thrown anything into chat here, and it's just scores. He's just throwing scores at people, just basically making fun of you. Honestly, top the team. He's the highest amount of points on the team, and he's still making fun of him for that. And I don't know how you don't, considering the fact that, again, Columbia, they should be playing this one to a fiddle. This should be their series. Instead, they're getting clowned. There is no other way to put it right now. This is the second game in a row where they have lost by a minimum of 2 goals. Arlington, yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. You know, they got a game plan. They're coming into this one. Columbia, if you did have a game plan, throw it out the window and try again. Do not stick to it. It is not working so far.
Honestly, I feel like Columbia is not playing as aggressive as they could. I feel like it is almost like coming... There's a game plan and it's like not working, and you almost want to tell them like just stop it and go play off vibes, act like you're in ranked and just go in there and see what happens. I want to see Gusky going out for the bumps in the demos. I want to see Samba getting like heavy aggressive and just taking a million shots on target. But right now everything is almost too methodical and it's not working out for them. UTA's taking advantage, and now they're only 1 game away from taking the win off of Columbia College.
Well, we either get one of 2 things here today. Either UTA gets the upset win, or Columbia completes the reverse sweep that UTA couldn't complete last time. Either way, we've got a Cinderella story to end here. Let's find out how it's written. 5 minutes on the clock, Game 3 officially underway. UTA have not just impressed me today, they have shocked the world and definitely shocked Columbia.
Hey, listen, I'm one off of Herc Never Wrong. I can't wait for my apologies on the desk when we come back.
You can send the host for right now. You can get him to apologize.
It'll be a good one. However, it does still have to happen. I'm a realist. There is a world where Colombia reverse sweeps. So you got 4 minutes and 20 seconds to find yourselves in a lead and then defend it with your life.
So far here, it's been more defending the midfield than anything else. Both teams haven't really allowed much of a shot nor an offense here, but these continual collisions out at midfield are making it difficult for anyone to really generate any offense of their own. Caribou off the backboard, trying to get something started. He's intercepted by Samba, but with no boost left in the tank, it's up to Gusky. Clean this up. Looking for a pass out to Cryptic, and they will connect, but it won't really turn into much. So Samba here to save the day yet again, trying to get something center, failing to do so, but Gusky at midfield can at least prevent the counterattack. Doesn't mean it's not necessarily going to get sent back into the Columbia half, but they only lived there for about a moment. And once they break out, they find their first lead in a hot minute.
Oh my gosh, I saw this one coming in, not necessarily like a laser, but pretty dang close. But you saw how awkward Caribou was coming off of the back of that net. He even tried to use a little bit of a flip to like just push himself at that ball, but everybody knew the moment that ball went on target, it was headed in. And there you have it, Colombia's first wave of momentum, true wave. But how long do they get to hold on to it? Because there you have it, UTA already back on offense, taking shots. Caribou leaves us for Nava. It's no boost to finish it, and it's a dead ball.
That should have also been a counterattack, but good on whoever was out at midfield to muscle through 250s in a row and prevent Colombia from catching any momentum from that play. This has been a very different Colombia. You can see why. They're going for passing plays and definitely connecting on them, even if not everyone is turning into a goal. The overall change here from our blue side has been noticeable, and that's saying it very lightly. Can they find themselves a second goal here before the end of the first half? Or do we find a response? Adverse, good 50-50. We'll pop it out into the corner and into the Columbia side. Double commit off the ceiling, and Gusky will clean up his own mess.
And I will say that was a fairly necessary double commit off that one. It was no boost on one and enough to make the save off the other. But you do still gotta get these shots coming through of your UTA. It's so different compared to what we've seen. But this is what we talked about in between the games. Throw out the game plan. Go play as if almost like you're in ranked or in a six-man's where it is off vibes a little bit, right? You see them just so much more aggressive than we have in the past. And yeah, I have to sit here and kind of throw my hands up a little bit. It feels like Colombia just doesn't care to follow whatever plan they had headed in. It's just pure frustration and aggression being fed into the right places.
I mean, honestly, sometimes that's how you got to do it. Sometimes you just throw the textbook out the window and say that you do not care about what the game plan was coming into this one. This has happened a lot. I've actually had this happen while coaching, and it's one of the most frustrating things ever is you prep for a team, you study their tape, you look at how they're playing, and then when you get into this series, you go, oh, so they're playing quite literally nothing like they did the series prior, and what we've planned for is not working. At that point, if you just try and, double down on the previous play and be like, yeah, stick with it, you're just going to end up getting embarrassed. I've had it happen to me. It's not a fun instance, and props to Colombia for not letting that happen. They've clearly switched things up. Oh my goodness, and it's working out. That might not be a goal, but that is the caliber of shots they are currently firing with.
And those are good, and they're still coming through. Even Adverse isn't able to get his team out of his own half on this one. Nava tries again to make it clear past mid, but Colombia has pretty much owned it for the majority of this game here. Adverse finally breaks through, tries to tee up a center shot. Cryptic, great save. And there it is. Those transitions coming out so much faster than we've seen in the past. Same with the follow-ups as well. With 1 minute left on the clock and just a 1-goal lead. Colombia looking so much better than they have in games 1 and 2.
The only issue is that they're only up by a goal, and as great as it is for them to be playing a better game, this isn't exactly a secure scoreline yet. One bad play, one turnaround from UTA in this series could either be over or heading to an overtime. Although this one is heading to the ceiling. Adverse trying to follow it up and will do so, but he needs a rescue from Nava, who actually ends up getting a demo on a Samba, so UTA a chance now to live in the Columbia half for a couple seconds longer. Good touch from Caribou, but it sends it into his own half rather than to a teammate. Eventually they will get involved. Numbers downfield. Can Colombia get back in time and get prepared on defense? Absolutely yes. Boost in the tank and a dive out at midfield. 15 to go, and Colombia's trying to hold on.
There you have it, Caribou in the corner there. It is the one last attempt at taking shots. It is every hard 50 coming through from this team. The bump, the pass is in, and there you have it. 2 seconds on the clock, and UTA keep their foot in the game.
Columbia, why? For what reason have you allowed them to do this? You've talked so much game. You said, we heard it in the interview. Y'all knew what was at stake here. And now you've got an overtime where potentially you're going home 0-3 against Samba's former team. If there was ever a time for Samba to clutch up like its old CRO, it's right now.
Keep it going, bump in the midfield. Nava, the one that everybody thought was going to be the shining star of the game, trying to push this one forward. Caribou up next, up into the sky, low boost. So Nava is next. That's the one person you don't want to have that ball right now. And Columbia is aware. They keep trying to send it back, but Caribou over one. Nava, no bump, no touch means this ball falls back into the hands of Columbia.
Oh, pass downfield, intercepted by Gusky, but he's got no boost to really turn that into a shot. He does allow more time now for Columbia to get set up and find a real shot, and that could have been one. Samba's pass is intercepted. Awkward in the corner here, though, means more time for Columbia to find a good approach. They'll attempt for a couple 50s in a row, lose literally all of them to Nava on 0 boost, and, well, they have to restart instead. Samba dusted by Caribou, and Carry now with numbers the other way, and an open net! 3-0, UTA with the upset of the season.
Texas, baby, yeehaw! The one and only Adverse. He was on the front of the page. He told everybody, get in my backpack and I'll take you where you want to go. And that is a win over Columbia. Opens up that last shot with the demo. And there you have it. The impossible has been done. The tides have shifted and UTA took down Columbia 3-0.
This happens every season, is Columbia takes just one weird win, whether it's the A or the B roster. It happens literally every single event that we play in. Last time it was Oklahoma Christian taking it off of Columbia after they very confidently said that was never going to happen. Today, it's UT Arlington going, yeah, remember last time we reverse swept you? Yeah, we're going to beat you today. And Gusky goes, yeah, sure, kid, sure you're going to. They're right, they didn't reverse sweep them today. They beat them in a sweep instead. I
like this guessing game thing. It's fun.
I'm impressed that you somehow called that one. And I'm also disappointed that we now have to force Seb to make an apology. So let's bring back Seb in so we can start that up.
All three of y'all, I want to hear it right now. Run me my apologies for calling me crazy.
I'm the only one who said it wasn't crazy. I'd like to point out, as soon as you said it, I literally said, for some reason, I know this is about to happen.
That is a really tiny cup. I just have to say sorry.
Sorry, Hercules.
Keep going.
Oh, please. Bowing. All right, I'm bowing. Herc never wrong. Okay, put it in the name tag. Okay, Herc never wrong. I think that is legitimately your most impressive prediction I think I've ever seen. No, actually, no, seriously, we were talking about it in the background. That is legitimately the most impressive. Like, no,
I can't
because
tell if he's frozen or not.
It's not. Yeah, see, check that name tag. Check that name tag right there. That is exactly what it is right now.
I love it. No, honestly, on the real though, if a lot of people were wondering why I picked UTA, and it wasn't 100% for the memes of the whole like Hurt goes Texas teams and Hurt blah 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 blah. I really love the idea of how the team said that they were going to play around Adverse. Hearing that in the interview honestly confirmed it. There's a lot of teams where when you can admit that there is a player that just mechanically is above the rest, it is not a bad thing to go at them.
But by the way, I do want to point out one thing is that Mr. Danger Taco put 100,000 points down
No!
on Columbia winning. So he lost all that. Is this mic? Is this camera froze?
I think
he's there.
Oh, there you go.
I will never financially recover from that. I'm left with nothing, chat. My cats expect me to feed them with my 0 channel points. And now I have to look at them and their small eyes. I'm tearing up right now. I don't
They
know if
looked
the camera
at
can catch
you
that.
inside.
I have to look at them in their faces and say, sorry, you're going to starve. And it's all because Columbia instead of, plugging in a monitor, turning on a monitor. No, I'm kidding. UTA was playing really well, I will say. I'm just saying I personally would have liked it if they
Play the game.
got a game. Maybe, scored more goals. Maybe didn't throw the ball away. But UTA came with a game plan. They executed it. And I will say, as well as Adverse and Nava played, as I will slowly just kind of come back in, they will say that Caribou is still my pick, someone I've called out as probably one of the most improved players across all of CRL, and he showed it. He was actually leading in points for a couple of those games, so definitely really solid performance overall, but particularly out of Caribou, the player we don't really highlight that often. Glad he got the interview because then he was able to show off. It wasn't just purely, him playing third. He was very much in the mix the entire time.
I do... I know we typically don't do it, but man, would it be great to get a post-match interview with Samba right now?
No,
We're not. But it would be funny because I want to know how tilted he is right now. I can't imagine the degrees of tilt at the moment. He is fully 180, off the table right now. So unfortunate for Colombia. They will go to 2-2 as Herc and UTA fly off into the sunset, as we are down here among being the wrong people, including broke people if you're Taco having 100,000 less points. So with that being said, let's go to our second. We will be going to our second match while Taco cools down. We're going to be taking a short break. Next up will be Bruton Parker versus Shani. We need to cool down. So this is, of course, the Summer Series, sponsored by Nelnet Bank. We'll be right back.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to
I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. Yeah, we got it. And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. Yeah, we got it. Oh, I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Welcome back to CCA Summer Series, sponsored by Nelnet Bank. Once again, we have returned with even more action here for Collegiate Rocket League. The only difference this time is we got sick of Seb as host because we needed less Canadian bias and decided to put me on here so we can get West biased instead. The real type of bias that everybody loves. I'm kidding, it's an East matchup. Next up, we've got ourselves BPC versus Shawnee State University. And this has been a fun one to kind of like, preview here. Seb, as much as I'm giving you, a ton of trash talk about the Canadian teams, you've also got some pretty passionate opinions about the two teams we're about to witness as well.
I only have a passionate opinion about one, and Shawnee hurt my feelings really bad. Therefore, I want them to lose. And I will pick BBC to make sure that happens. I know I'm getting into predictions early here, but Shawnee is a good team by all metrics, and they are favored to do pretty well thus far in the summer series. However, that being said, they hurt my little feelings.
You know what? I hate to tell you this, brother, but a lot of people have hurt your feelings this time because a lot of Canadian teams did not quite make it, and that's a lot of times that you could
Canadian
be
teams
upset.
hurt themselves.
You know what? And that's absolutely accurate. You know who hasn't hurt themselves? Slayer and Taco Stash here. Former IRSC players have now found themselves a new roster with Duckworth and brought in their former player in Seabass to now coach them. But on the other side, we've had some changes here as well, Taco. Not the same Bruton Parker from last year.
No, and the little bit of changing up is always kind of nice to be able to see from time to time for these different teams. I mean, Antics is kind of a classic Sino, is a player that you see from time to time kind of swap in and out, but Manny is one of the more improved players. He's been grinding a lot. I know when he first came in, we were pretty hyped about it, and so whether or not Bruton Parker is able to actually launch into the rest of league play and succeed is kind of a question up for debate, particularly because they just played over on Mr. Bepic's stream against Akron Blue, and they got kind of trounced. So this is kind of an immediate run back. I don't know what the mood is like, but they have to think they probably have a better chance in this one.
Akron Gold, not Blue. They actually got stomped down by the sister team.
That makes it worse.
It is worse. You're 100% correct. It is worse, which is why now I get to do what is my favorite thing. The Hercules, please talk about what team is going to win, because no matter what happens, you will be correct, and it will be that team.
So me and Slayer are friends, and I met Taco Stash, and he's pretty cool. So that's like 2 out of 3, which makes me want to vote for them for the funnies. So Antics, Sino, and Manlair, y'all should follow me on Twitter if you want me to vote for you.
What? Yo, no, that's monetizing your prediction. That's crazy.
Followers of this entire broadcast is out here asking for followers. That's crazy.
No, on the real though.
I'll hate the player and I'll hate the game.
Yeah, dude, Taco, you need it at this point.
Okay.
You need to trade your prediction for channel points.
Let her soliloquy.
On the real, I was a big IRSC fan back in the day when I first entered the scene, and so I do want to continue to follow them. I think this is a pretty solid roster. Also, I heard about the reverse sweep, so I'm going with the vibes. I feel like they're good, and I feel like it is the time of I don't know how to say their name properly.
Donnie?
It's been a day, guys.
All right.
You know what?
First this, then random mushy. There's a lot of weird names apparently for her today.
I can't read today. I'm not gonna lie.
You got some time before we get to our official predictions. Meanwhile, you guys at home can start to get your predictions in as well. Go ahead over to Twitch chat if you want to try and predict which one of these teams. Don't worry, you won't have to compete against Taco anymore. He won't be throwing 100K against the team that you want to win. That being said, it doesn't necessarily make it any easier for either one of these two teams. Seb, we've talked about this. Part of the reason why this is an important matchup is these are two teams that are kind of on the fringe of playoff level here. If they're able to take some big wins throughout the season, there's a world where they stay in contention going into the end of the season.
Yeah, we did talk about it because it was that last 6th spot that we were talking about, right? Who is going, we kind of generally know who's probably going to be in that top 5, but it was that last 6th spot where we're curious of who's going to make it through, who is going to be able to take in that 6th spot. And we were stuck for a while because we saw Shawnee, they had the potential. IRSC, they're land demons, they really clutch out, they can do a lot of damage. However, this Bruton Parker squad still has Manny on the team, which is great. Antics has been around for a long time, and they always tend to be relatively consistent around the middle of the pack. They won't go and take insane wins, but generally throughout both CRL through Summer Series, they've hovered around the middle and have been kind of one of those gatekeeper teams. And I think that comes down to a lot of the experience. Really, at the moment, though, it is very much a toss-up between the two. Shawnee has the better wins at the moment. Bruton Parker's coming straight off a loss. to Akron Gold. And at the end of the day, I mean, listen, like, you gotta take it how it is in the current form. And at the moment, while I agree Shawnee might be favored, I'm still going against him because you know, I'm an analyst. And
slow your roll. We're not at the predictions part yet. I'm gonna let you get your spiel about why you believe that Shawnee is going to lose here in a second. In the meantime, why don't we at least give some flowers to BPC here from somebody besides Seb? Taco, we already mentioned again, you know, substitution in here for Sino. This is a good team that has been playing well. My question to you is this the best version we have seen of BPC so far? Because this is a team that has continually made changes, but not all of them have always been necessarily 100% definitive. This feels like they definitely made an upgrade this year, and it's why we're even talking about them in contention for top 6.
I mean, it's weird to talk about improvements because the original incarnation of this team was Antic Soul and Melodic way back in the day. So I was like, that was a team that when they came in was going to be insane, and then they didn't really quite achieve it, and they lost Melodic, arguably their best player at the time, and then they improved over time, and they were getting a bit more competitive. So clearly it shows that with the right group of people, with like being able to merge in different ways, have better chemistry, better playstyles, more compatible playstyles, then I guess that works. I would say they're reaching the point where they're not just a team that makes CRL and then kind of like dances around and gets like a win or two. Like, they're very much like a mid-table team that could reach upwards of that. I think being able to count them out of any series is pretty rough, but I will say coming into this one, just having been off a sweep, it can't be easy to immediately roll into that. The only advantage is really that you're warm.
There really isn't much advantage to it at all. As much as we do talk about it, you know, being warm, I feel like that's like not really a thing when you get swept. Again, according to Batpick themselves, he said they got schmacked. Like that dude said it was a stomp. Was a stomp, the exact words here at this point. So, I don't know, man. I feel like there's some times where you can get some good momentum. We, unfortunately, don't really have a lot of momentum right now here on the broadcast. We're still trying to get the players into the lobby, so I think what we're going to do instead is head to... What? Okay, calm yourself. I think what we're going to do is we're going to head to a quick little break. When we return, what predictions for all of the talent here on the desk, even though I think we already know like half of them, and then we will have our second match of the night. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with even more CCA Summer Series in just a moment. we're back once again with more CCA Summer Series action, and we're going to get straight on into it because we don't have a lot of time. The team that said they were going to take a minute to show up, they've shown up before we even expected them to. So it's prediction time. It's time for all four of us here on the desk to predict who we think is taking our second series of the night. Hurt, we're going to start with you because you seemed pretty confident in this one.
No, honestly, I don't feel as confident because people started copying me after I did it, and I feel like it loses its effect.
Oh my.
So, I am going Shawnee, though. I am still rooting for my boys, so please don't make me look silly. But, yeah, I don't know how much effect my psychic powers have when people go and fact check me and then predict them.
We'll find out. We'll find out in a second here. I'm going to skip over you, Taco. I'm going to go to Seb first because he's made a pretty apparent pick on this one. Seb, you're picking Shawnee, right?
I'll pick a BBC. I'll pick a BBC. Pick a BBC. No reason to explain other than...
Taco, you're up.
Yeah, okay. I'm picking Shawnee just because I really like BPC. I like the program. I like the director. I like all the people. I like all the citizens in the town it is based in. But I don't like them in this matchup. I think Shawnee is a little bit more even cut. They have the pedigree along with Duckworth being able to come in. I think they've been playing at a high level for a while. There's finally the team they want to assemble. And I think coming off of a reverse sweep, sorry, Seb, was really a great way to introduce them, showing that they have that resilience. And I don't know if they'll need that in this case. But who knows? Collegiate's always crazy. I just got to go with the gut.
We're going to find out if they've got the clutch, and we're also going to find out if we get our second upset here on the day, because I'm also taking Shawnee on this one. Another 3-1 desk going in favor of Shawnee State. Here's the thing, though. You're talking about the powers getting copied and all that type of stuff. I'm not copying your powers here. Seb would be, technically, because he's the one against the 3 here. If BPC wins, we figured out the strategy. It's just have 3 of the analysts vote against you and have one of them with not really much reason, but just confidence, back you entirely here. Because, Seb, I mean, I hate to say it. Look, man, you know on paper this should be Shawnee, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Sure. But I'm picking this out of spite, not because of any logical reasons.
That's the way to do it. Emotion is how you should pick. Clearly, we figure that out here tonight. Maybe it will be enough. We're about to find out, though, because I think we've got the game ready. Game 1 in a best-of-5 between Shawnee State and Bruton Parker. 2 teams on the fringe of playoffs. A win today would go a very long way to getting them there. Can it be Shawnee State in their new iteration or BPC with their new third? It's time to find out. Casters, take it away.
Yes, we are finally here for what will be probably our most competitive matchup of the evening. It is going to be Bruton Parker versus Shawnee State, Taco. And yes, while you picked Shawnee and I picked Bruton Parker for absolutely no logical reason, it should still be a pretty good matchup.
I mean, I don't know about mine being no logical reason, but at the end of the day, I still think that.
I didn't pick mine for logical reason.
I'm saying at the end of the day, when you put that all aside, I think these are 2 phenomenal teams. If you make it into CRL, if you make it into Summer Series, you are one of the top 16 best teams in this entire continent. So if you get down to it, you get down to brass tacks, you really just have to see who plays better on the day. Clearly, Desk thought something in the previous series, and that was not the reality. And right off the bat, almost a kind of an awkward exchange there with Taco Stash.
At the moment. Also want to give a shout out to Bruton Parker, all rocking their CRL Fall 2023 contender tags. Of course, being one of the teams to be playing in 2023 Fall. Look at this 2v1 that's developing from Bruton Parker, though, actually still keeping on going. Antics will look to keep it going. However, from Shawnee, only seeing that one lonesome regional champion tag from Slayer.
Yeah, the SSA coach and now the OCE coach coming on over and using that experience to kind of act as that always IGL for IRC previously, and now for Shawnee as that one. He was not even worried about this one. Might be worried about Antics follow-up, but Antics should be more concerned about making contact with this one. A little antsy in the beginning. A lot of misses here, but it's not going to be one from Taco Stash. Sneakily gets that past the last defender.
Yeah, he barely had any boost to work with, but was able to just sneak on under. Gets ahead of Sino as well. Very close call for Shawnee, but was able to make it work.
And it's a tough one, as always, when you do get into those different types of bouts. You see a ball kind of trickling towards your goal, and as last defender, you expect it to be a flick. You expect it to be a 50. You expect it to be anything. But sometimes as a forward, if you can just kind of go on that, have that striker mentality, just kind of tap it one more time, accelerate it beyond the defender. Sometimes the simplest is really the best, and other times you need something a bit more simple. Bruton Parker playing around with it on the backboard. Nearly got punished for it.
That being said, Bruton Parker, they haven't been totally out of it. They've actually had some offensive possession and it's looked decent thus far, but they just haven't been able to convert on the chances that they're making right now, playing passive in the midfield. With it, a minute and a half gone by, and this could be another one. Duckworth just gonna slot this. Why was no one challenging this from BPC?
It's awkward when you play zone because everyone is in between all the reads. One player to the corner, Sino gets off the wall. You have one player falling off the wall, one player back post, which means nobody is actually just staring forward on the near to be able to reach on that. And that's, again, just going to be one of those things where you toss up your hands, just say, hey, it happens, shake it off, and go forward. But there's only so many of those you really can say it is what it is for BPC. They're really getting shoved into a locker here, yet to generate a singular shot here, according to the game engine.
I was so close to putting like 20,000 points on BBC as well, which is all I have because my predictions on channel points are terrible. But at the moment, it's looking quite dicey. Sino can't get the redirect in off the backboard. Slayer's just going to carry this all the way through. And a 2-0 for Shawnee. They're not looking to let up.
The thing is about watching this team play, Shawnee, is that they are unrelenting on the play. Unfortunately, Antics backs it up, gets a clear, but that's going nowhere. Manny has no boost. The other player is in the scrap heap. Everything falling apart for our Georgians.
Really emblematic of when you have no resources, how suffering it can be, or suffocating it can be to have to play against Shawnee. They're just going to put on shot after shot, and you can't even get a single challenge to defend yourself. Duckworth still playing in that advanced position, looking for bumps, going to be able to get demoed in turn. Sino playing around Taco Stash. Shawnee going all the way in for the offense, not letting up in the slightest.
Duckworth still going to be able to dice them to that one, so that one goes well above the goal. Sino should have this again, and will try and use as much of that boost to stay behind it. Thing is, you notice a lot with BBC, they're going out into the midfield, not necessarily for air dribbles, it's really just for one extension. They can't keep the ball close, and on low boost plays, that's really what you have to aim for. You want to play for 50s, you want to be able to slow it down. It gives your teammates time to get some boost, it allows you to keep the ball from going too high, waste even more boost to get back up to it. I will say BBC not really taking care of that one, so when they do get these chances upfield, kind of like this one from Manny, tap down, should be wide open for Sino. It's off the bar, and that simply can't happen.
That was so disappointing. You saw the setup, it was looking so incredibly clean from Manny, and then Sino comes in for the shot, and I could swear I could hear the brick sound effect going into the crossbar. But Bruton Parker still lagging 3-0. Can't do much. Sino gets the flick over one. Antics tries to clean it up, but Taco Stash gets the save.
We will have some more balls ricocheting around. Duckworth wants to hang on this one as much as possible. Off ceiling, gets it past Sino. That should be wide open for Slayer, who will try to show that finishing off. Duckworth, I really like the creative plays there, cutting right on the near post. Showing Shawnee, they don't need to play direct. They'll play those kind of cheeky passes. You just got to always be aware for that.
Sino just putting another one on. This one's not even close. Duckworth, double commit though. Slayer, no boost left. Manny backing off, a minute remaining, and to get 3 goals, Antics able to get a touch to continue the offensive possession. Manny putting one off the corner. Sino can't get the read on it, but does get a touch. Shawnee handling it quite easily at the moment. My prediction, it looks like it's starting off in scrambles at the moment. It's all on Bruton Parker.
Now, this is a game of adjustments at the end of the day, and I mean that for Rocket League, because this game is about domination. If you are on Shawnee State, they are unimpeded in most of these attacks. That's their 10th shot, 4th goal, and it's just so buttery smooth. Everybody is playing their position so well. I love that touch from Slayer, just to extend it that little bit above the bar to make it that much more difficult for the defender.
Of course. Now, 43 at the moment. Antics struggling to even get on the board, still under 100 points with nothing in terms of stat line to his name. Sino tries to play the aggressive angle and going for these boosts. He even cuts though, but he has no boost to even follow up on it. That is an ill-advised cut, to say the least. Now he's in an awkward spot, forcing Antics to go early for the rotate back. Slayer, last little bit now, and this is all on Shawnee.
Ooh, Taco Stash going for a crazy read. Manny knows that. Not going to allow that one. And again, he just throws it down the field. This is what I'm talking about. Granted, yeah, you're not going to come back in this game, but getting a goal at the end of a game, every competitor knows is so nice, just to be able to motivate you a little bit. And watching BPC repeatedly on low boost just throw the ball forward, hoping for the best, that is the biggest thing that I hope they have someone in their headsets telling them to cut it out, because simply put, this game 1 was not close.
I mean, even just the early cuts coming out, it was just so mistimed. You could understand that they're trying to excuse me, they're trying to collect and get more of that midfield possession in play so they can more extend that pressure, boost starve Shawnee eventually. But the moment that you're cutting ahead of your own teammate, be able to try and extend that pressure, but then the moment that you do, you're not even keeping your possession. You're giving it away to Shawnee for the sake of a cut, and then you're forced to rotate all the way back just to go collect some boost, which then puts the offensive possession back in turn to Shawnee and restarts that constant suffocation that they're putting you in. Oh, sorry.
Go. Oh, close one.
Yeah, close one. I made it. But it means it's all just scrambles right now for PPC on the defense because you're essentially giving away the possession to give Shawnee those chances.
Yes, and again, when it comes down to getting dominated on the boost, yeah, that's the one thing you need to focus on. Let's make sure we protect those corners, or at the very least protect the boosts around in that little dome that kind of outlines that upper 18-yard box. And if you are able to get that, then great. You're able to then slowly whittle down these saves and then turn them into counterattacks. But when we get into Utopia here for game number 2, I don't think Shawnee has to change anything. They know they're outpacing them. They know that they're getting a majority of the chances. And more importantly, every touch has a plan. Watch how often Shawnee, when they make these contacts, either has an immediate follow-up if it's not an ideal touch, or it is going directly into a player to potentially go for a redirect, play for a misdirection, or anything else, because there's always at least one or two things cooking in the Shawnee camp. We'll see if BPC has something that they can maybe knock the spoon out of the hands of the chefs.
I even got that flip reset as well on the way down, just the angle wasn't right. But we are underway with game 2, and it is all in Shawnee's favor, the momentum on their side. We'll see if BPC start to get these early challenges down. Sino, Duckworth just going to challenge over. Antics needs to get a good touch, but Duckworth, what a great dunk over him. Taco Stash playing super aggressive with this. Manny forced to go early for it. Slayer puts the one through. Easy pass for Shawnee's 1-0.
I was saying they were cooking earlier, and Taco Stash, he's chefing. He's plating this one flawlessly for Slayer. Almost a pre-jump on that. So much faith in that. And as a defender, there's only so much you can do. You leave that for long enough, that is going to be a dish straight down. It's a solo play all the way through. Any player's going to hit that one. So you kind of do have to play this weird in-between where you're kind of on the goal line, kind of reaching out to get that deflection. You need support, and simply put, there was just none in that occasion.
At the moment, though, honestly, I'm feeling kind of bad because I thought I was going to steal Herc's thunder by having that early prediction, you know.
Many have tried to do that.
The one and only, but no, I guess I'm not blessed. Despite that, though, this is going all the way. Sino can't get a touch. Manny is going to put one low. Taco Stash still gets the save. Amazing read from him to even further get the clear. Antics going all the way. Flip reset, but a good scoop from Shawnee.
I love that from Duckworth. Antics had a really solid first touch on that one. That was 100% going to go on target, maybe an air dribble bump, but instead Duck, the only player that is able to make a play on that one, is able to kind of circumvent that, get the pocket pick, and then maybe even get rewarded with a wide open goal. He has the flick. He's going to go for potentially a carry. It's all finesse for 2-0.
I'm just wondering why is Manny and Antics on each other? Like they're holding hands right now, and they're just waiting for anything to go their way. Sino, unfortunately, I don't blame him for not being able to get this save just because he's put in such a bad position to begin with. It's just Brute and Parker overextending themselves and paying for it.
Even off kickoff, they're not getting much better. They get one cut by and then just get stiff-armed by Taco Stash. It's a tough existence to live in when it feels like every angle you go for, or every avenue you drive down is just going to be shut down and says, nah, come back later, because it is not open for business. And right now with Shawnee, it's getting me worse because every touch forward seems like a scoring opportunity. How about this one? Slayer into the top corner. Oh. There is just no stopping the Shawnee machine.
What a slot. BPC, this is coming right off a loss to Akron Gold right now. You can tell the tilt is setting in. Sino put in an awkward spot again, just out of position. Shawnee taking the 3-0 lead so early. Brute and Parker having no chance to breathe at all.
And it gets even worse and worse as it goes on, because, you know, it's going to start weighing on him. We do have a perfect sweep on the horizon if this keeps up, Seb. And that's something that no team wants to be involved with. So I know it's necessarily the first thing on their minds, but it's going to be something that's really going to start demoralizing them, particularly if they don't put a hand up. Slayer uncontested again. If not for Antics, that would be 4.
Again, Taco, we're seeing these challenges like right at the goal line. Manny's going up to try and prevent these shots and just cut it off, but it just feels so slow. I mean, dude, at this point, you might as well just mail the save towards him and essentially let another chance go on by. Shawnee getting more and more chances on the board, already tallying up 7 shots to 2. Brute Parker, very, very worse for wear.
Ooh, Taco Stash a little bit late on this one, but still gets the clear enough. And even if the ball does not go out, those higher lobs, I'm a huge fan of playing slow sometimes because it particularly kind of throws off the defense, especially when everyone's waiting for it. That one is definitely not one of those examples, so it'll set right on back. Antics into the ceiling, looking for a double, is going to get beaten out by Taco Stash again. I like the creativity that's starting to come out from BPC, and yet it just still feels like it's not enough.
And I think part of it comes down to Shawnee. They're also playing their first man super deep and slow on the rotate, so they can go for any bumps or demos the moment that BPC ends up with possession, and it just prevents any momentum from going their way into the offensive half. Now, just over 90 seconds remaining, and this is all on Shawnee, and at this point, they're kind of playing with their food a little bit, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when you're just kind of rolling around, making back passes, taking slow 50s, you're wasting time. You're not actually playing against your opponent. You're just trying to tick down the clock because they know BBC eventually is going to have to completely throw the game plan out the window and just say, let's get full send. And when that happens, you have a cross-field counter, Slayer, easy as you like.
Why is this so easy for them? Why is this not challenged? Why is there anyone touching the ball? Oh, gosh.
It's a tough one as well. I mean, it's mainly just in the decisions there. Granted, you kind of have to challenge this one and wait a little bit because you're so far out of the play, but I just don't understand why BBC is diving in so hard in these plays. I don't see any pre-jumps. I don't see any usage of the boost to be able to kind of negate those alleys. It feels like, you mentioned earlier, that sometimes BBC, they're just right on top of each other. They're just trying to crowd each other on all these different moments, and even in this one, a tactical fake or not, that's still going to be turned away. Past middle side, I'll try to backflip this one. It is not going to be on target. Manny out of position to grab this. He has to put it to the sideline instead.
It's hard to believe that it's been a whole game where it's just been 4-0, almost twice in a row now. Antics maybe looking for the second touch, but Slayer plays patiently and it does pay off. Double commit on the offensive end just completely negates any sort of attempt here for BPC. Now comes to the defense. This is all on Shawnee. They are not wanting to let up in the slightest.
Duckworth, slower play, pitch across, and good save of the weight by Antics. Will be able to somewhat hit that downfield, but again, Slayer is man marking this one. And now back into the corner of BPC will go. Taco Stash looking for some more assists, but a demo might lead his way to Antics. Look for a hook shot, trying to fake out Slayer, and he comes back from the death and gets a save still.
Dude, just put it on. Why are you trying to juke out the defense? Just play as quick as possible. Get more chances, more shots on net. Just pump up those stats as you get scored on. Just kidding. Somehow, Shawnee able to walk away with just a 4. Just a 4. It's just a formality.
And again, the minutes keep going. That is 10 minutes now that we have not seen BPC be able to muster up a goal. But I will say for all of you Bruton Parker fans, and I am one of them as one of this program, 9 shots, nothing to sneeze at, actually equalizing Shawnee in total. Obviously, efficiency is a whole other argument, but I think they have to take this in steps. The thing is, they're at their final steps. This is a match point territory, and it's not even that you're getting a loss because I took a 50 wrong. It's just everything's falling apart. I think they need to focus on securing the backfield, do not focus on offense, and slowly build from there because they have to focus at this point just on the fundamentals.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is looking too good for me, everyone. I think I'm on the route to get shut out, which means I get 2 wrong predictions in a row. I'm not feeling great, everyone. Okay, good thing I didn't put channel points on this.
Wow. And the truth comes out. I mean, at the end of the day, as someone who just lost 100K and has to, starve for the rest of the week until my next channel point paycheck comes in, yeah, it's pretty tough. But I will say, when we do look ahead in this next game, I do think that Bruton Parker will have the time to talk it through and think through because we mentioned they all have the contender tag. These guys have played at the highest level of CRL. They know what it takes to compete against this. Yes, they're playing against a new team that maybe they haven't been able to scrim or be able to do research on. Is a fairly new roster, but they now have 2 games under the belt. They looked way better in the last one. It really just has to come down to that positioning. If they can space out just a little bit, who knows what DFH holds?
I think it's just so much of it is just trust, and it's just we're not seeing it at the moment. A Slayer will be able to kick things off with a great 50 immediately off the kickoff.
This is just like the equivalent of getting kicked right in the stomach. Like you're saying, I'm building this up. I'm trying to motivate the BPC fans. I'm saying, hey, don't worry. You got all of game 3, and then what do you know, 3 seconds in, the worst possible kickoff. Hopefully, this one is not one of those he can add to the collection. However, that 50 does not bode well. Taco Stash will be sent into the scrap heap, so fortunately, we will be seeing another clear.
Though the demo does benefit them slightly. Sino able to get a decent touch. Andix maybe go looking for a second touch off the backboard. Sino can't take that one either. That was easily their best chance yet, but now Bruton Parker will have to try again. Maybe looking for another. Sino's going to play the slowly, try and play under, and he does finally. After 10.5 minutes, Bruton Parker is on the board.
And that's a play in subtlety from Sino and Manny. Like the 50, being able to slow it down. Don't dive in, because sometimes the ball can just go flying unpredictably. And then when Sino gets that, he makes no mistake. He goes for the high jump into the fake and then just tucks it aside. If that doesn't go in, I would be wondering what supernatural entity the BPC ticked off. But instead, I'm wondering, what was Sino eating in between games? What a read!
What a read indeed. I mean, this is a guy who was struggling in the defense, but on the offense, he's popping off, giving life to Bruton Parker right now, breathing that life into their lungs. And we'll see if we can keep it going. Bruton Parker, and immediately on the kickoff.
Seb! Wow. I just want to watch a game. I just want to get into the mid-game, and instead, we've had 4 goals in the space of 37 seconds. This is just pandemonium.
I don't know how to describe this game right now. It feels like Bruton Parker, yes, they earned those 2 goals, but then they've also let in and conceded 2 kickoff goals. So this is a very confusing affair at the moment.
Well, at the very least, they know they can score, and now they can go for some crazy combination. Nantix has to slow that one down just to make sure everybody gets back into rotation, and now that they are, he can finally go forward, if only to get stopped in his tracks. Slayer up and over Manny. I like that pre-jump.
Yeah, Manny, I think a little head smart at the moment for just going for the early rotate back. He could have potentially challenged to keep that midfield possession, but would rather play it safe at the moment, which is good for him. I mean, I think Bruton Parker, they've gone for a lot of risky attacks, risky positioning. It really hasn't paid off for them. So I think if they're playing more towards the fundamentals right now, it will pay off.
I'm actually a huge fan of how much I've been seeing BPC carry through the rotations, regardless if they have the ball or not. I'm noticing a couple times, Antics on that last one, for example, threw the ball forward just to make sure the defender has the save, and then just completely ignored the ball, went for the demo after the clear went in. And it's touches like that that really start to dissuade the defense from making those risky clears outs off the sidewall, trying to get the quick counter, because it does force them to think about, am I going to live through this exchange? So that's another tool that is in the belt, potentially, of BPC. Another one is Antics starting to use the mechs. How about a lead bump going underneath? How about that play in your angles?
This is the most that they've scored all series, coming off of a shutout, but then coming back with the mechs. I mean, you feel that Bruton Parker, it was on the tip of their tongue, getting these mechy plays, getting a good read on how Shawnee was playing the defense, but they just couldn't convert and put it through. But now, starting to see the manifestation of it.
Again, playing through the rotations. Player goes for the air dribble on Shawnee off kickoff, and they immediately get bumped out. Doesn't amount to anything, but you're seeing BPC be a lot more cerebral. It's not just about, oh, I got to get on this ball, I got to get in the way of this touch. It's really just saying, how can I disrupt the speed of these rotations? Because that's really what was kicking them in the behind for most of this series. And now you can see Shawnee starting to back up, playing a bit more passive. They're trying to counteract this new confidence from BPC. Thing is, it doesn't really matter if they can't hold on. 2.5 minutes, still a very long time to make sure Shawnee is kept out. Manny, nice read. He should get to the beat, and indeed he does.
He does, and Antics is right there as well, trying to take possession away from Duckworth, getting a touch. Manny is just using everything he has, but in the meantime, Sino, Antics, getting a full 10. No, please, no. Please, 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 no. Please, please, no.
I actually really like this idea from Antics. Spike it off the ceiling, Sino gets it. Problem is, he hit it way too hard. You could tell Sino was not prepared for that, as he was probably going to the corner. And then you have that inevitable moment. Hopefully they're laughing in the comms, but I'd like to think that it's a bit more cheery than it probably is. That is 3 howlers of a goal to give up, especially when it matters so much on the line. Demo, Sino, not able to complete his hat trick.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I mean, let's remember that this is 2 kickoff goals in a row, plus an own goal to give Shawnee any chance at this game. They have not played well this game at all, but it is entirely on Bruton Parker, who are currently beating themselves.
Mobius and Sino try to get that pinch in off the wall, not able to get it. Even Slayer getting disrupted is able to just muscle that through. The Octane ZSR built different than its more normal car body counterpart, as Taco Stash will now step in with his trusty Fennec, but only so for so much. Antics open shot, deflection. Manny still an angle. He can work with it, and indeed will convert.
Bruton Parker not willing to say die. They've been working for every single one of these goals, even the little fakes here, just like allowing for more movement, trying to juke out Shawnee in the defensive rotation. It's working out for them. Now, please, boys, just keep the lead. Don't do anything dumb and take a game.
Well, if you guys were wondering about whether or not the defense is stepping up, granted, 2 kickoff goals and an own goal are pretty rough, but in a way, it's kind of all goals that they got scored on themselves, because outside of that, Shawnee only has 3 shots. Here is number 10 coming in from Bruton Parker, the double from Antics.
If you would have told me for games 1 and 2 that this team would have gotten shut out with no goals on the board, I would not have believed you. This is a Bruton Parker that's looking fresh, revived. I don't know what they said to each other in between games, but it is working.
I gotta say, it's those tactical adjustments I've been mentioning. This is really what Rocket League is all about. When I said on Utopia that it's in a game of adjustments, you can lose a game, and when you're in game, it's very hard to talk to yourselves while you're still in the thick of it and say, hey, this is what we should be working on. But in that minute between, it takes a good IGL, or at the very least, a good support structure on your squad to think about what you're doing, what's not really getting figured out. And then, not only that, but then implement in a strategy that actually isn't just biting off too much. You don't want to try to completely wholesale change everyone's mentalities or play styles. And I think PVC has done just subtly enough to really throw Shawnee for a loop. This has been a complete turn to the tables.
Yeah, even just look at the micro adjustments, you can see Antics, like he's feeling a lot more mechy. He's going for more mechy challenges off the back wall, and just I say that, he completely whiffs that one, which is fine. It's fine. They're still winning. 30 seconds remaining, and Shawnee are looking for their chance at a comeback, and with how aggressive they're playing at the moment, they might get it if they can get themselves a goal here.
I know is not going to get that one, but that's fine. Antics should have the rest of it as Slayer gets a shot at the back post. Antics not allowing this one. Antics has been everywhere in this game, leading in points, and he is just 6 ahead of Sino. The two have been kind of the dynamic duo for this squad, getting quite a lot of saves, and more importantly, all the shots and pressure, which means, Seb, we got a series on our hands. Everybody buckle in. Bruton Parker far from being done here on their second series of the day.
Oh, we are not done yet, and this is just getting started. Bruton Parker taking it to Shawnee, their first game win in 5 games since their loss to Akron Gold, and this is a completely revitalized one. We knew that Slayer with 733 points despite losing. That is impressive.
That's a tough one. Yeah, also the efficiency on that one. 3 goals, 3 shots. I mean, he has 60% of his team's offense. The thing is, outside of those given goals, there was really not much charity from Bruton Parker. So I will say the main thing that we need to take into account for this one is that despite what the scoreline looks like, this was very much a blowout. This could have been like a 5-0 type situation.
This was so much worse than what the score actually says.
2 kickoffs and an own goal are kind of just hilarious. Okay, whatever. We look back on that one. But I think Shawnee should very much be on notice. This is not something you should just shake off as like, nah, lucky game. This is like, oh, so now it's our turn to actually make sure we figure something out. And I think they will. That means game 4 is going to be tightly contested. I expect to be a lot less scoring going on as teams kind of try to buckle down.
Let's remember that in this case, this is where Slayer really comes to shine, because yes, he is a good player, but he's also a great communicator. That is the whole point of him being coach. And I imagine he's talking to his team. He's trying to calm them down, trying to get their mental back into this game, as he has done so for so many teams in the past, at the RLCS level, at the collegiate level. And we will see if he's able to do it here for Shawnee. It's game 4 on the cusp for BPC. We'll see if they can manage the game 5.
Well, at least there is a decent amount of self-awareness from the BPC camp. Sino mid-series dropping the This is Champ 3 gameplay channel point reward in the Twitch. So
that's
clearly he's aware
wild.
What's going on in the background. But either way, he's able to get back into the game. The alt tab is locked on through, and so is his squad. Shawnee, what do you have to say for yourself here on the beautiful setting of Salty Shores?
Now, I'm just more curious. Does he think that like the series in general is Champ 3 gameplay, or does he think that Shawnee is Champ 3 gameplay? Because at the moment, this one ping-pongs all the way around the post. This might be another Taco Stash can't get the, Bruton Parker can't get the read on the defense. Taco Stash slots this one through.
In Rocket League time, that ball was sitting alone in the far post for about 17 seconds, and I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't expect Taco Stash to shoot that either. I thought that was going to go to the corner, and that's exactly, I think, what Manny felt. He was chasing that one down, and then as soon as he gets to it, somehow it's not only on target, but it's a rocket. Poor Sino just has to stare at it as it sails over his head. Manny and Sino now combining for an interesting read, which means Slayer really can't get to it. Sino gets the first 50. Antics up quickly to shut it down off the ceiling, just meeting his chance. So it will continue with these deflections, but maybe overcooking it there. Antics, Manny, not prepared.
Yeah, Manny is so awkward in the midfield right now. I saw him stand still for so long. Antics can get the read off the smoke screen. Duckworth puts it up high. Manny needs to get the save, and he does with no boost. Antics still taking the possession. Duckworth rotating back. Manny collecting the mid boost. That will actually hurt, but with Shawnee, Manny up in possession. Sino needs to go in, but he backs off. I don't know if I agree with that. Not the time to play safe right now, boys.
It's one of those things where as third, you don't want to dive in, but that's where really we have to trust Antics to know to rotate back on that one. He's already on the sideline. He's basically level with you on the field's latitude. So just go in, just dive in. But also, when you're on match point, you're already down by 1. Make that potentially 2 with Sino and Antics. We'll combine it with the clear. I understand the hesitancy, but the thing is that hesitancy can be so brutal because after all, Seb, fear is the mind killer.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, you would know, Mr. Psychology major. Antics.
That's from Dune, all right?
oh, is it? Oh, I'm sorry. I've only seen whatever. Anyway, point being, Antics, no boost, still trying to get a challenge. Sino going in for a demo, but getting nothing in turn. And now this is where I'm starting to get worried because every single time we're seeing Bruton Parker with this offensive possession, Duckworth almost getting the read, almost slots it through. We're seeing Bruton Parker with almost no reasons to work with when they're trying to go for these shots.
I'm starting to see shades of games 1 and 2. Watch the boost totals from Bruton Parker. It looks strong right now, but at times they really use everything to get these clears, and even then, they're only getting 50s. Taco Stash looking for a dish instead. Played for a 50, but will still be able to get knocked around from Bruton Parker as Antics tries to switch courses. Duckworth, as he said, that's not going to work out for him, especially with Antics in the lead block. An accidental deflection, and again, just a little bit of missteps, and now the lead blocker, who knows what Slayer can do, flicks it across Sino, and yet again, he cannot win the 1v1.
It's like, I want you to look at this. Look at Antics and Manti. Look how low they are in the rotate. They have nothing to play with. Antics trying to go back as fast as he can. Sino put in a 1v2 situation with almost nothing to do. The Shawnee will take the 2-0. We got half a game remaining, but yeah, like you mentioned, this is shades of games 1 and 2, and potentially game 3, as Bruton Parker will go down 3-0.
As we see another kickoff goal, and this is really what separates the best from the rest when you can come back from this type of deficit. Shawnee has showed that they have good resilience. They really got schmacked around despite, as we said, the game score was in the last game. So now they're the ones taking command. They're getting all the counterattacks. And as we mentioned in the last game, Shawnee really didn't muster up a lot of shots. BPC, 3 minutes into a must-win game here in game 4, have not been able to get a singular shot on target. I think even that one is the only one that counted.
That one barely shook out. I mean, that was barely an attempt. Now, Slayer taking possession with no boost, and I think Sino is starting to regret that 3-game play champ redemption, but Manny is going to play for the dunk. Sino, no confidence at the moment. He needs to get in there.
Antics also needs to get in on that 50, but he will have absolutely none of it. Slayer with a pre-jump. Taco Stash going to leave that one to Slayer. I love the misdirection. He does not like the post, as that one will clatter on through, but maybe a counterattack if only he had any boost. He goes for it on a little bit of a rendezvous on the side, but the problem is that slows him down, and it is easy pickings. This one might be GG, Seb.
One might just might be done. So, and honestly, like, I don't want to pick anyone out, but in terms, obviously, because this is very much a team effort, but I'm looking at Manny. He just looks so confused on the pitch. Like, when he has the ball in his hands and he's going for offensive possession, it looks like he's doing all right. But then anytime I see him off ball, he just doesn't know where he needs to play at the moment. He's confused. His touches are rough. He might even own goal here, but no, it will be knocked out. Hit the crossbar. Bruton Parker, what happened?
Well, sometimes this is what happens. You get a great game, and then you got to carry it forward. And the biggest thing that I'm noticing from BPC is how often they are feeling confident in actually pursuing some of these reads on medium boost. I see them at 40 boost. I see them at 30 boost, which with a fast arrow is pretty much enough to cover any singular arrow you want to go for in the game. And a couple times now, I've seen them in midfield. A ball pops out, and they're like, I'm not going to dive in, even when they're down by like 2 or 3. So I feel like this game was lost a while back because they were just too apprehensive. They were playing not to lose instead of playing to win, which psychologically are two very different vantage points.
Yeah, and also remember, I mean, even when comparing to Game 3, we saw how passive Shawnee were playing. They were just giving the midfield over to Bruton Park, and it really didn't feel like they were going for any possession at all. Slayer going to be able to put one on. It is 6-0.
This is what we call a stat patter game. Slayer's going to add another one in here. Of course, everyone in East has to roll their eyes, saying, of course, now my leaderboard position slowly shrinking. Right now, Davenport in their singular series, or their 2 series, is really just dominating most of the scoring statistics. This one might rival them. Slayer, yet another hat trick, his 2nd straight.
When I'm looking at this, this is a defeated Bruton Parker, one that I think they took too long to make the adaptations, and in this way, even if they get one, it opens up a Brazil. Shout outs. Been like been 10 years.
Wonderful gambit, yes, coming in from Shawnee, simply just setting up the Brazil. Yeah, happy 10th anniversary to the actual eponymous Brazil game. I didn't realize that until someone posted that the other day. It happened, I think, on July 8th was the official.
Yeah, one of those days. But we'll see if it happens. Wow, right on cue. Oh, never mind. All right, wow, great save, actually. This is still in possession. We'll see if Shawnee will be able to settle it here. I mean, they've already won the game at this point. They're just doing it for bragging rights.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't much matter how this one goes in because this game was decided a while back. GG's to Bruton Parker. Not your best day at the office, but that's why we're playing in a season format. Plenty of time to regain. Shawnee just keeps on chugging another series dub.
Get the Brazil, that's fine. Anyway, regardless, Champ 3 gameplay indeed. I just wasn't the way that you intended, Sino. Unfortunate. With that, though, that was a hard series to watch. It was back and forth once, and even in that Game 3, it really felt like what happened between Game 3 and Game 4 that it just resulted in such a blowout. I mean, again, it's one thing to flip-flop like that, and you do see those flip-flops in score lines in terms of adjustments, but you don't see it like the pendulum swing so far in the other way. Like it's one thing to go ahead and like have game 1 and 2, maybe a blowout, game 1 be a blowout, but then being able to bring it back, usually it kind of evens out to a nice equilibrium where it's a low-scoring game. We thought we saw that, but then the moment that PPC were just making some mistakes, Manny was struggling in the midfield, Sino was rough and really rough with those challenges, but yeah. Any predictions we had on the podcast of Bruton Parker being like potentially top 16? Sorry, boys.
I think this is why I want to be able to talk with the team and be able to kind of see where they're at, because this is definitely a team that we know is capable of playing really well. The thing is that they didn't look like a team flat out. If I didn't know better, if I anonymized everything and showed this, people would say that's probably a ranked gameplay type of thing. It just wasn't really completely locked in. I feel like there was moments, obviously game 3, where they looked way more cohesive. The rotation was there. They were following each other up. They were courageous in going in, but without being just straightforwardly arrogant in diving through. So that's what I want to see. And I'm sure we will see it, but it is just not Bruton Parker's day here. They at least get a game win, but 1-6 through their 2 series back-to-back on stream. So we have a desk at least to further break it down and see their reactions to this one as they had to sit in the background.
Less anger than the last time we came out of the series here. More the expected result, even to Seb's demise on this one. But I think more than anything else, it is definitely starting to show that the pack is separating further and further. We theorized this coming into this summer is that we were going to have I'd say top 8 to top 10 that were just kind of a head and shoulders above the rest. Shawnee seems to kind of be the gatekeepers for that right now. If you can beat Shawnee, there's a chance you make it into playoffs. If you get clowned by Shawnee, kiss your playoffs goodbye. And honestly, I think PPC, like you said today, Seb, unfortunately had to do so. Perk, we were on the sidelines watching that one. I mean, not a surprising result, more just surprising to see that former IRC squad still got it going.
No, they definitely do. I think, it's not even that like they still got it going, because there was a point in time where they didn't, and everybody was like, all right, you guys are kind of that questionable team. Like, at what point do you either get it together or are you just always like a coin flip? But I think after their performance last time where they had the reverse sweep, everybody should have, in theory, been like, all right, something has changed. There's been a little bit of like I don't know, something that clicks with this team now, and I fully expected that in this one. They showed us that it's possible. You guys talked about like the craziness of how far that match could have like swung at times, and the fact that they were able to bring it back really just shows that this team is a force to be reckoned with this summer.
A whole team at this point here. Before we head to a quick break, Taco, I gotta get your thoughts on Duckworth here, because he is the new addition to the squad. What difference is this man making for Shawnee's chances and just overall how they're playing?
Well, Duckworth is a player that I teased a little bit. I said, oh, he's hitting clips for the TikTok, because he used to be on the TikTok grind, and he's very much a clip hitter. He would play with Vince, he would play with Blue Screen for a while, and they would just get into ranked and go for stuff, which means he's super mechanical. But people forget that he was also on Michigan Tech, a team that got within a series or two of CRL so many times in the East, and that's in the East. And considering that you're like, wait, I don't really recognize Michigan Tech, that's pretty impressive that you're able to get that far. So now his teammate Tater, he's on Davenport, he's in there, and now as the sub, and now we do have Ducky, who was in a way the star of that old team, here now with Shawnee, and showing why that potential was there. So incredibly solid rotationally, he's everywhere he needs to be, and I think it just kind of locks in, considering this is kind of Iris C, but like a new update, and then moved over into Michigan.
I do want to give flowers real quick to Britton Parker, because yes, while they did, oh boy, but while they did hit some pretty nice clips. The game that they won felt mechy, really good, really nice to watch, and it was just like, it very much felt like they were kind of smurfing in a ranked lobby and they were just having fun. It just is a shame they couldn't carry that to a game that actually mattered.
Couldn't shake off the loss that they just took to Akron Gold, not even, probably 20 minutes prior to that one. It's a bit difficult. We got an update on how good Duckworth is with his new team. Now let's go see how his teammate's going to do, or at least maybe not his teammate actually playing today, but the team that he's on. Next up, we do actually have Davenport. We're getting a bit of a preview of them versus the Akron Gold team that just beat Britton Parker. Yes. So don't go anywhere. When we return, we've got even more action here for the CCA Summer Series, third series, just after this break.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
I think I'm alive, I'm just different. Like now my sockets are water resistant. So I think about it when I miss you. I guess it isn't all sad. Cause the dirt rolls right off my back. Cut my circuits, I can feel that. Nothing ever really feels bad. Nothing ever feels like you. I can't wait to wake up from this dream to tell you everything. You'll tell me what I can't wait to wake up from this dream to tell you everything. You'll tell me what it means. I can't wait to wake up from this dream to tell you everything. You'll tell me what it means.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Summer Series. Bass, wave to the camera. It is good to see you. Yes, we just came off of what was one of the strangest series I think we've ever seen in Brute Parker versus Shawnee. Bass, you were watching this and you were watching us cast it. It was a very, I don't know if you can call it a back and forth series. It was a series of all time.
That was a series that happened and that we, witnessed at a certain point. Solidifies exactly what we stated. Shawnee are the gatekeepers. If you can play well against them, you might have a chance at doing something significant within Collegiate Rocket League. If you can't, good luck next season. BPC, not the start that we were looking for here for their summer series, and I still do believe that they've got a chance, but just, man, I don't know. At the end of the day, if we're looking at a bunch of fringe teams and we're going, hey, one of these fringe guys have to make it into playoffs, at this point, Shawnee's about to beat every fringe team. And if they do that, they're probably going to be the team that then sneaks into playoffs.
Taco, we kind of got our thoughts across when it comes down to it. Like, what sort of adjustments do you think that BPC need to make? Because I think, like, a lot of it just comes down to chem.
I mean, for me, the biggest thing is being able to, one, trust in the rotation, because a couple of times, I think when you are hesitant on a play, it's because you're not moving aggressively and with a lot of confidence, because a couple of times, especially in Game 4, I noticed so many times where they would go forward, they'd see a ball, and I know they can get to it because they keep driving forward, and then they hit the brake. They don't turn away, they don't rotate out, they just kind of stare at it for a half second, go, no, and then they rotate out. And then we're both in the commentary box because we're watching from Flycam. We know how doable that is. But the fact that you don't even go for that, or at least fake challenge by driving forward, shows that they don't really trust that someone's behind. They don't want to make a mistake. They're playing too passive. And it seems like they locked that in Game 3 and then just completely threw it out in Game 4.
Yeah, we like just staring at the ball in the sky, just like, oh, wow, that's a great day today in the summer series. Wonder what we're going to do with that. Oh, we're not going to go for, and it's on the ground, and it's in my net. Ooh. So, Herc, when it comes to this one, Shawnee, it's clear. I think they are either a gatekeeper, but do you think that with maybe another win under their belt, we could see them fall into that potential contender category? Because we have not seen their ceiling yet.
Yes, I think I would need to see maybe like one or two more wins that are on the same line of what we've seen them pull off. Otherwise, I feel like it is kind of fair to say that some of these are almost not, I feel like fluke is like too harsh, but like lucky. Like you're on that like momentum train, but it's only real if it's consistent. And if I can see it one or two more times, I will like stake a claim that this is probably the most consistent we've ever seen this roster, that duo in particular, be in probably ever. So yeah, one or two more games, then you can all start being like, yes, they are top contenders. But for now, I accept that win, but I keep my eye on them.
Well, in the meantime, we have what is Taco and I's favorite or most looked upon match of the night in Davenport versus Akron Gold. Akron Gold coming off of a recent win, apparently smacking Bruton Parker. Davenport as well, coming off their own win, and this is a incredibly hyped up roster, making some recent additions that looks to be a contender within Summer Series. Cam, in the Eastern Conference, Bass. We know that this man is the god of the West, but can he reclaim that sort of pedigree in the East?
I don't know if we can get there quite yet with even a win today. But I do think that Cam is starting a brand new legacy, and he's doing so with a program that I'm glad to see him on here. Shout out to Davenport, man. I really do love that university and the work that they have put in. It's very clear they are dedicated to Collegiate Rocket League, and with a roster like this, how can you not be? Bolty, Brock, and Cam are three of the most impressive players we have in the entirety of Collegiate Rocket League. The only reason we're not quite literally throwing flowers at them yet is they're only 1-0. This is the start of a new legacy, the start of a new team. A win today over Akron Gold actually would go a pretty long way, because despite the fact that Akron are 1-2 at the moment, they have faced some very good competition, and the one win they do have over Kennesaw is pretty impressive in my eyes.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm looking at this Taco, though, and I don't want to write off Akron Gold. I mean, we know that they have capable players. I've seen Emilio pop off. We've seen Jonathan pop off. Oxy, though, is the player that we all have our eyes on coming into this. Incredibly high-ranked player. Don't know at the moment if he has that carry potential just because Akron Gold is off to a rough start, but I think the potential's there.
Yeah, and I think the main thing when it comes to Akron Gold is that they're looking for consistency. As Herc says, it's not real until they can show consistency. And I would say, yeah, their losses are kind of tough, but they just had a reported loss 3-1 to Syracuse. So Syracuse able to best them, and I'm thinking, that's a little tough. But then again, Davenport, they've beaten some teams, but not top teams yet. I'm still waiting for them to actually play people at the top.
True.
So if they can beat Akron Gold and it's definitive, then I'm fully on board the Davenport train. I think on paper, this is probably like the most terrifying squad that we've had added to East, and I think this is their chance to fully show it.
Well, Herc, we've seen some crazier things happen today on this stream. I'm very interested to see how the predictions go. But I mean, I think Akron, when I'm looking at this, Davenport is one of the favorites coming into this. And I'm thinking if Akron is going into this match with already a win and a loss under their belt, where do you see Davenport in terms of ranking them as their opponent? Like, they are looking like a behemoth to this Akron Gold squad.
I mean, I think Akron Gold is coming into this one very realistically, knowing that Davenport has the upper hand on them as far as like being on paper goes, as far as their history this summer has been, right? They're definitely are self-aware. However, it is like you said, this isn't the craziest thing we would have seen today. We've seen some more interesting matches. For example, the Columbia UTA matchup. If you guys missed it, UTA swept Columbia. So there is a world where Akron Gold actually gets the best of Davenport. And in my opinion, all of this genuinely comes down to Cam. It's the same issue that Columbia was having to deal with Samba, where all eyes were on Samba. The chemistry is completely built around Cam. If it falters in any shape or form, then easily it becomes a match for Akron Gold to kind of just run away with.
Yeah, Cam is... But go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, I've made this argument before. You guys have all heard me say this before. I actually don't think Cam is the person with the most eyes on Davenport right now.
Really?
As much as he is, look, he's the GOAT of CRL West. He's one of the most impressive players to ever touch CRL West. We know this for a fact. He's put up accolades that other players within the Western Conference have never been able to achieve. You know the one player on here who doesn't have any accolades and has never even been proven in a collegiate setting? Brock. Brock's a great name. He's an incredibly impressive player, but in my opinion, he's going to be the one with the most eyes here, because you know how good Cam is. You know how good Bolty is. We probably don't think Bolty is as good as Brock, but we also don't know that. If you're Brock in this situation, you go onto a new roster and you have to slot in and play well, That's not as easy as a lot of people make it think, or maybe think it is. Brock's gonna have a lot of pressure on his back. He needs to perform to the level at which he's expected to, and that is not easy.
Okay, Herc, respond, and then we'll get to predictions.
Okay. All I was gonna say is in the analogy that I was using for UTA Columbia and all that, blah, 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 that makes Brock Gusky. In the analogy that I'm saying, it would make Brock Gusky, which means people actually aren't paying attention to him, and he has the potential to come under and like sweep the rug off of everyone, which is probably what has been going on for the mass majority of it. I haven't had the opportunity to go and watch those VODs yet, but I'm willing to take a fat guess that that's pretty much what's been going down and what we would see should they come out successfully.
See, I was just thinking because Cam notoriously has like the worst mental in CRL West, so we'll see how that manifests here. But let's. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I mean, listen. I just want to see him pop off and get us some clips. We need it. We need CRL clips. Okay, let's get to predictions. Bass, please. What is your prediction?
Look, as much as I'm talking about the pressure is on Davenport here, it's pressure against a team that I still don't think quite has figured out how to handle their pressure either. Akron are probably the most inconsistent team in Collegiate Rocket League right now. For both East and West, we have talked about, this is a team that is highly capable of taking wins, but also highly capable of losing to arguably the worst team in East right now in Syracuse. Not great for them here. So I'm taking Davenport in this one. I think that Akron is going to give them a fight, but if Davenport plays to, I'd say, even 80% of what they're capable of, this should be them confidently.
All right, Taco, speed on this.
I think it's going to be Davenport. I think they have too much talent. Akron has shown a little inconsistency, and Davenport has not yet.
All right, Herc.
I just enjoy being right, and if there's a time to call a team an upset again today, it's Akron Gold. They're going to figure their thing out. It'll be all fine and dandy, and I'm going 4 for 4.
I'm actually going to lose it if this happens again. I'm going Davenport. I think Cam is legitimately one of the greatest CRL players that we've ever seen, and now he has a supporting squad that could eventually lead him to that throne. So with that being said, the predictions are done. We are just about ready for the lobby. We have supporters on both sides. We got Patty from Akron supported. We got Byra from Davenport. Both sides are very much excited for this matchup. It is going to be one of our marquee matches. We have Akron Gold versus Davenport, a titan matchup in terms of programs. We'll see who comes out on top. Casters, take it away.
Things are a little bit different this time, Taco. We've got an upset on the cards here. The only difference is last time I did this, Herc was in my ear telling me about how it's an upset and telling me how I needed to apologize for this. If anybody's going to apologize, though, for Akron taking the win today, it will be Davenport for not showing up in their first chance on stream. This team has had more buzz around them than probably anybody else in Collegiate Rocket League. Now they need to actually show they can stand up to those expectations.
And so when we do get into things, we are hopefully actually getting into this game. I saw someone chat server in here. So yes, indeed, we might pause. Apparently 50 and 60 ping is too much for some of these players. So we will see whether or not we can have some form of change here. I'm not sure what the admin decision is, but yeah, we're just gonna get iced even further on this marquee matchup.
You know, I'm okay with that because I was still getting into the matchup on this one because I'm writing down all my notes on my side, you know, on the little tablet that I have here. So it's great. It gives us some more time to talk about this one because I did see chat, you know, clapping back a little bit. They're like, Brock's made a main event. How much stress could CRL really be? Patty, you've made a main event too, my friend. I feel like you might understand that it is not quite exactly the same thing here. Taco, I mean, look, at the end of the day, people talk about this. CRL may not be the same level as RLCS, but the stream itself puts on a pressure that is indescribable.
Yeah, a lot of the times when people play in RLCS quals, most of it is completely by yourself. You are not on broadcast. You're not being critiqued. Maybe there's a team stream or something you're hired for, but for the most part, it's just you and the players. I feel like I've talked to a lot of players throughout their time in CRL and in kind of the bubble scene, and they do say the first time they play on stream, it does get a little bit nerve-wracking because you're playing with a new roster. You're getting in front of a lot of people who are kind of making fun of you at times. They kind of root against you at times because it is kind of a school versus school thing. So I don't know how much that's going to get to them. I do think, though, with when the kind of egos that come with being an incredibly high-level player, especially in like 2v2, 3v3, top 100 leaderboard type range when it comes to like Brock and Cam, I think we will see those moments where if you start losing certain series, then it starts to get into your head and start to tilt. So as you mentioned, the mental is just as important for some of these players as their actual skill.
It's not easy. As much as we talk about this one being, hey, this is not the same quality as RLCS, the intensity of it is absolutely the same. Especially with $20,000 on the line. This is one of the largest prize pools in all of Rocket League for this entire summer. So there's a lot on the line here. There's a lot of pressure on pretty much all of the players involved. The only thing is that they're not quite playing yet. Maybe this will be good. Maybe for an Akron Gold who just kind of got, absolutely smacked down by Syracuse, they could appreciate the couple extra minutes off. Who knows what it's going to do? All I know is I think we're about ready to get into our next game in just a couple moments. Still going through the test lobby here. Hopefully this one works. Like you said, 40 to 60 ping was the issue last time. This time looks like everybody's got like 30 to 40. So I hope this is enough.
Yeah, apparently it popped up a little bit. You have Oxys on Akron Gold. It's looking a little high, but no one is complaining about it. Everyone seems to be fine with it. So hopefully we can get into this one. I know players are so particular, but also I don't blame them. They're in league play. Your finish in this determines how much money you take home, and then beyond that, obviously getting into playoffs. So you want to make sure everything is tip-top shape. Even if it does hold us up on broadcast, it's inevitable that something is going to happen at some point to kind of jolt the broadcast out of its regular flow. And I suppose it has to be these two teams. They better make up for it with a wonderful series, because I'm getting sick bass of these all Game 3, Game 4 series. I need a Game 5 eventually.
I hope this is the one to go to Game 5 as well, because it really will show the abilities of both teams. It'll show that Akron, when they do show up, they play well. It'll show that Davenport, when they are pushed to the brink, still have the clutch. Well, that is assuming they win in Game 5. We've yet to know if they can even win Game number 1, but I think we're about to have that question answered here. Sounds like the lobby is just about ready to go. The only thing we need to do is get on into it. Taco, you and I both have Davenport on this one, but I swear, if Akron Gold pulls this out and somehow we get another desk that goes 3-1 against the winners, I don't know what I'm gonna do at that point, man. I really don't.
I don't know if my ego can take more of Herc just yelling at me about how wrong I am. So I really am just praying that is not going to happen. Yeah, apparently not. And I'm really going to hope that she very much is, because here we are actually into it. No complaints about the server, and therefore I will have no complaints about kickstarting here on Manfield. We finally have the matchup we've been waiting for. Davenport and Akron Gold, seeing who's the real deal. How about big man Jonathan with a kickoff?
All right, it's a little bit different than the way we started off. Apparently the ping issues that they did have were for a reason. Jonathan cuts through this kickoff and immediately gets the goal. Davenport, welcome to CRL. Good luck.
And here you go, immediately off the kickoff, getting a kickoff goal. And so if you're looking for an optimal start, that is up there. Bolte, maybe trying to get some revenge, but he's going to have to get more than that on it. No boost, so Brock follows through. Also met by a good 50, and the solid defense is what I'm looking for. And at the end of the day, if your offense isn't always clicking, that's fine. But if you're giving away silly goals, kind of like potentially this one, Bolte avoids the demo, just get juked out of his shoes.
All right, so the first one we can say, it's a kickoff goal. This second one, where's the defense? Yeah, Bolte's getting chased around, but Bolte was getting chased around before the ball even got to Milio out at midfield. That means 2 failed challenges in a row from both Brock and Cam. This is a rude awakening if I've ever seen one. My goodness, Akron said, yeah, we might have lost to Syracuse. That has only given us more fuel for the fire.
Bolte pass down across will be communicated to Brock to be able to take that over for him, and with the pre-jumps and all, not that much they can really do. Bolte cutting in, but not a pass. Very disconnected so far from Davenport. It seems like they're putting the ball in potentially dangerous areas in front of the goal, but not necessarily something any of their other teammates can follow up on. Granted, the defensive coordination seems mostly fine as long as they're not getting, cyberbullied off the 50s.
At midfield, there's a little bit of bullying going on. Milio having to dance around a couple of players from Davenport, but it's not necessarily going to put them in a poor position. It might actually put Davenport in a poor position as they're having to scramble back. Double commit, though, should end the offense here for Akron, if not for Jonathan. Good challenge out at midfield. Only the interference, though, doesn't stop Davenport from marching downfield and getting an offense, oh boy, of their own. I mean, technically that was an offense for the couple of seconds that it was there, but a poor pass out of Davenport will send them back out to midfield to restart. And at this point, Davenport not being able to stay as cohesive as we might like. One big difference that Akron will have here is at least 2 of their players have played together on a collegiate roster before. This is a brand new one for Davenport.
Yeah, but it seems like it's all fine so long as you can flex Bolte. How is that kept out? Brock with a backflip also going to be sent away, rejected by the new man Oxy. Oh no, Jonathan down the far side. Thought that could have been a brutal counter to cap that whole sequence.
Oxy with a flip reset. Not really going to be able to do much with it, but it gives more time now for Akron to keep the offense going. To the corner. Bolty's there, but so is Jonathan, who will dust him to the ball. Touch off the backboard. Cam trying to get around Jonathan, who almost dunks him, but no boost in the tank, so the original challenge was put purely on faith alone. This midfield, though, is on aggression. My goodness, Akron, they are not hesitating on any of these plays, and it is working out beautifully for them.
It only works so long as your reads go in solidly. Emilio going to want that one back. Oxy will be able to amend for that somewhat as he fakes out the first one on the 50, and now it seems like Davenport is not going to extend that one any further. And I agree with your point 100%. You cannot play timid against a top team.
No.
The last thing you want to do is say, well, you know, I know how good they are, so I'm going to play a little bit more careful so I don't get balled on. No, the reason you're getting balled on is because you're giving them that space to create out of. And right now, I can count on one hand the amount of times that pass has been actually be able to be unimpeded. Why am I talking about Davenport? Let's talk about Milio.
Oh, Emilio, my boy, this is disgusting. Great 2 touches off the ceiling and immediately slots it into the corner. And I mean, similar ideas to what you were talking about. Davenport, individual player, is good enough that if you give them the time, they will stun. That original challenge in the corner was not bad. Somebody had to follow it up. Giving Milio that amount of time right next to the backboard is a dangerous game.
Yeah, again, this is going to be something that we're trying to talk about, a lesson that technically Akron is applying, but this is something Davenport should really be doing. This has to be, and surely from Cam, wide open, doesn't have the power, but certainly has the placement.
Look, a goal is a goal, and a goal finally coming 3 minutes into this game is necessary for Davenport. Not exactly going to change the turn the tides quite yet, but we've got 2 minutes to go. Who knows what could happen in the remaining time?
Who knows indeed, and ultimately that's kind of what we're all about here on CCA, is coming in and saying, I'm pretty confident about what's going to happen, and then anything but is what it really occurs. Granted, we're talking about Akron, but this is also going to be a test of whether or not they can hold on to their hard-earned rewards. Kind of like that you want to avoid. Oxy nearly getting a double tap into their own net as Bolty is going to just stare this one down as Cam tries to take over Jonathan. Good evasion to be able to buy more time.
At midfield, though, Cam with no boost isn't really going to be able to turn that into an offense. And Bolty, are you aware? Somewhat. He had a player chasing after him, but I think that player actually completely went away after recognizing there is no boost here for everyone on Davenport. They're scrambling right now, and barely being able to get to that ball is not helping them. That demo's definitely not going to help them. That pass is beautiful. That double from Oxy will seal the deal. 72 to go, and I think Akron are showing they are not done for their wins today.
Love that one from Milio. Not only getting the demos, but then it really holds down that power slide to angle it down into Oxy. Again, this is not a game of all solo plays. It's a team perfectly working together. All the gears are oiled and clicking together. There are no hiccups. And really, even that one goal, make that maybe 2 by Cam. Except for somehow, Milio gets the best save I have ever seen.
Okay, so remember how we talked about before, Akron might be a little bit upset from the loss they just took to Syracuse? I'm going to reiterate that, because I don't really know what other reason we would be having this Akron that not only look aggressive, but quite literally look like they're on revenge tour. 45 to go. Davenport, we've talked about a rude awakening and a welcome into CCA Summer Series. It doesn't get more rude than this.
Yeah, and right now Davenport is also getting really tangled up. Their imprecision is really glaring right now. They're going for a lot of passes and they're getting hit too hard, or maybe there's a lob to the back post and it's too far away. There's just always the ideas that are great, but the actual execution is lacking. That's another one over the bar. Cam trying to put it back. Bolty gonna lend a hand and maybe a light at the end of the tunnel of this game one.
Look, there's a chance here, and that's all they really need. The only issue is they need 2 kickoff goals in a row, and remind me of the last team to get a kickoff goal in this series. Oh, right, it wasn't Davenport. Let's see, can I eat my words here off the kickoff? We got to be careful. And nope, that's going in favor of Akron. Never mind. I think that'll do it, Taco. 15 to go, and despite their late-game heroics, it will not make a difference for Davenport.
Well, it can be a tough one every time when you're trying to be like Davenport, trying to get all the dubs possible and be able to come in, make a statement, but instead it is going to be the little brother of the Akron Blues squad, looking like the bigger version, getting that solid dub, but got a little bit tangled down the stretch. Is that an omen of what's to come, or maybe just a slight hiccup down the stretch?
it definitely felt like Davenport were starting to get better by the end of that one. It was very clear the offense was a lot more fluid. It was very clear the defense was a lot more prepared for what Akron was coming out with. And sometimes that can be the biggest factor separating teams, is literally the shock. You come into a series like this, you expect an Akron who, yeah, we know they're competitive. Yeah, we know they are solid, but you don't expect to lose to them. All of a sudden, you get kicked in the teeth literally 10 seconds in. Yeah, that's going to take a little bit of an adjustment period. And props to Davenport for getting through said adjustment period. The only issue is they were down by 3 goals by the time they finally started coming to life.
And really, when you look at the shots and look at the saves, you're thinking, yeah, you know, I kind of get this one. I mean, it kind of makes sense, a little bit more even. But then when you really look at how the game developed, yeah, it was more of a late comeback from Davenport. And they were well-earned goals. There were still a lot of phenomenal goal line saves. I believe Oxy had one. Millie obviously had that incredible one. I'd love to see a replay of that if our replay operator can grab that one later on. But at least for right now, when we do look at Akron, this is one of those things where any team can take a game off any other team. How many times have we seen, for example, Northwood squad lose game 1 and then just immediately gentlemen sweep the rest of it? So that's the main thing that I'm worried about for Akron Gold. They were able to take Akron Blue to game 5, but they then lost to Syracuse, which shows that in different situations they maybe counter hard, but you got to keep playing brave. You got to keep making these brilliant reads, and you got to keep it going here on Utopia.
If they can do exactly that, it'd be great for them to get another kickoff goal to start off. Cam, he will take none of that this time. He'll actually get a goal of his own the other way. And my, oh my, how the turns have tabled.
Yes, and Milio taking a bit too long, but one's player like Cam, he's going to be able to dive right in on that one every single day. Poor Jonathan, he saw the danger a bit too late, could not recover in time. And if you're looking for a kickstart, a little bit of kick in the pants, if you're Davenport, that is going to be it.
Individual plays may not be the ideal way to take a win here if you are Davenport. Like we've talked about, they've had a lack of cohesion being probably the focal point to their problems throughout this entire thing. But you know what? If they can get those individual passes and those individual plays to work out, who am I to judge? It's worked out and given them the 1-0 here, but not a second, as that it was a very short-lived offense, and now a chance for Oxy. Flip Reset actually catches all 3 Davenport players combining and committing. This is going to be a rough defense for them if they can survive it.
Speaking of surviving, that was an open shot. Oxy going for the power rather than the placement, so going to be clattering off that near post. Now Davenport, as they try to march up, Bolte shuts the door on that first clear. Brock just patiently pacing left and right in the midfield because he knows Jonathan has so little space to go. Immediately dunked down. Oxy able to rescue things again, but a lot less quick movement coming in from Akron Gold. It seems more, I wouldn't necessarily say scrambling, but trying to be a bit more inventive, which Davenport is not even allowing on that pace, as Brock and Cam going to combine yet again for a clear.
Still feels like they're actually meeting these balls at the right time, though. I don't think they're getting dusted because all of a sudden Davenport is just playing faster, but it definitely feels like Akron are being a bit more creative, and I think it's because they're getting shut out so many times when going into that offensive third. They've only got 1 shot registered through the first 90 seconds here, and I don't know how many they had at the latter part of the last game. So it makes sense that they're going to try something different, but I just don't want them to start hesitating on these challenges. Clearly, Oxy is not. 2 good challenges in a row. Now give Akron some space to work with, and a demo gives them a shot. Brock to clean it up.
Brock trying to beat out Milio, but Milio is up so quickly for it, and he can even do more as he steals that corner boost. Jonathan in the middle for Oxy, hard 50, but well away from the goal. Davenport continues to parry away a lot of these Akron chances. Only 2 shots in total from Akron, and including Davenport, there's 3. So a lot of midfield build up in this game, a lot of indirect attacks, and ultimately, even with demos, Akron still not really finding their pacing. My goodness, they're trying to headhunt.
I mean, you're saying there's a lot of midfield challenges, a lot of in-betweens. There's a lot of demos coming out from just particularly Akron right now. Maybe it's them getting uncomfortable and trying to slow down this team, or maybe that's just kind of the back and forth we're developing here as Bolte gets a demo of his own. Brock gets, I guess, technically 2 resets, only uses the second of the 2. Doesn't use it effectively enough to give his team a goal here. They've got 1. Can they find a second and secure this as we go into the back half of our second game?
The roller down, Brock will try to send it over to Cam. No boost in the tank, but it is enough to make something of this one. I do like that combination. Brock with the confidence to know that he can beat that near post, but you're eventually going to need Bolte back post. Milio had to put it in reverse just to be able to get that deflection away. Back in midfield, no boost. Brock didn't know it at first, but a bold challenge. Now Davenport starting to pick up the speed. Bolte into the middle. What a pass just over the bar.
I will say, Akron starting to look a little bit more vulnerable here, but the big difference for me is they're kind of doing it to themselves. Double commits in odd places I don't expect, and I think that's the nerves and the speed that they're starting to face against. Bolty, my goodness, would that have been a statement here in Game 2? Not only be able to secure the win, but to really show, hey, we're not giving you any freebies. This could be a goal, though, for Akron the other way. Oxy the open net, and he will tie it.
And I like how every single time we see Akron success, it is everybody involved. Demo in the middle, bump onto Jonathan, and then into Brock, and Oxy has the easiest job of all. No boost required, just put it right down the middle for an equalizer.
Well, as good as the goal was from Davenport here, it's a stark contrast to what we're seeing at Akron. Like you said, a team extremely cohesive versus the single goal they find here completely unassisted. And it happened within the first minute as well. So the rest of this game, despite a decent amount of shots at Davenport, was gonna say not resulting in goals for them. I'll eat my words though. Cam to find a second.
And it's able to be Bolty just marching on through. Poor Akron, you are not in a position to be able to deal with that. Anytime you are linked up in the corner and you're facing the ball in a stationary position, you have to play for a 50. You have to jump early, you have to hold it in place, but you don't have any capacity to really dig the play out. That's exactly what Davenport knew. So they challenged early, and now with space, they're trying to truly take advantage of the squad, leaving it to Bolty. The feints working in, he has the whole goal to shoot at, but Oxy makes sure he has a lot less to look at.
I'm surprised Davenport's staying this far upfield. They didn't have a ton of boost after having more or less a triple commit into that play, but they're going to risk it. I don't know if it's going to work out. Maybe Bolty can get something here. Double touch, the second one he's had a chance at and has not been able to put on target. With a minute to go, they could use an extra goal here, but they're not going to find it, at least not yet. Jonathan, a good 50 in the corner, but it leads to Brock, who's got a reset. Can't get it around Oxy, but that's a light touch, and that's an open net. Cam with his third, the hat trick. To secure, I would say, with an asterisk, the win here in Game 2.
You know, it's a couple times, though. We've seen Davenport right in front of the goal. And this one, I honestly was thinking, it's probably a double. Cam saying, hey, let's just simplify things. Let's just get our goals, make sure we lock this down, and come away with a dub. Because at the end of the day, they just have under a minute to go. And this one has looked a lot less stable from Akron. Milio gets bumped and still gets back to it. Look at the effort.
Oh, it actually might work out, too, because now Cam, scrambling back, has to try and play some defense here. Last-second heroics could be a staple for Akron, who have done this many times in the past with either one of their two rosters. Jonathan trying to get something started. Demo from Cam, though, leaves it open the opposite way. Oxy off the respawn. He's going to make the save, but more offense coming. And with 20 seconds to go, I think that'll basically secure it here. Barring a miracle, Akron might have had a Game 1 where they surprised Davenport. Davenport prepared for it in Game 2 and handled it very comfortably.
Oh, the team pinched Jonathan, denying us clip of the day, but Bolty says, hey, it's fine, because I got something. Double tap after the reset, also going to be saved. Davenport shake their head. Hey, no clip for us, but we'll take a game win.
Game win, and a necessary one at that. Game 1 was, look, we'll call it close by the end of that one, but it was very clear that Akron Gold were the favorites. Game 2, we cannot say the same. This one was a lot more even, a lot more back and forth, but the big difference by far here is the shot totals. 11-5, more than outshot by twice the amount are this Akron team. And in a Game 1 where, yeah, they were able to get goals, but they did so through a flurry of offense, I can't say the same here in Game 2.
Yeah, being able to see Davenport get yet another dub and be able to slowly plow on forward in this series, I do like it because this is what we're waiting for them. But there's also a complete reversal of what we saw, mainly because Davenport had the opportunity to take solo plays and then they chose not to. They were able to try to just accelerate, and it's more about testing the waters. The thing is, when you do that because it's kind of an even kill game. But when Akron's just shoving every single challenge right down the middle and going right directly at you in a straight line, and you're losing most of those challenges, it's not going to work out in your favor. We pivot now to Game 2, and now it's felt like Davenport, when they took their space, they're saying, okay, we're going to change it up. We're looking for infield passes, we'll go for pre-jumps or into these pinches, and if we have a reset or a double tap, we are going to take it. Bolty might have been accurate in this game. I would not count on that pattern to continue.
Yeah, I mean, he did miss 2 double touches off the backboard. I'd like him to be a little bit more careful with his approaches upfield, and I kind of say the same thing for Davenport as a whole. If Akron pay attention to the fact that they have been throwing all 3 players at this offense on repeat here, it's problematic. Now, Akron's done similar, but the big difference is they do make sure once the first man dives in, they rotate back to midfield. Davenport, I can't say the same, but I can say you've at least tied the series. Let's see if you can take the momentum from that and take another win here in Game 3. Already, it's looking like dire straits, though, as Akron right off rip has got some offense.
Well, you love a game where you don't have to wait long to get into an attack. Akron already getting a few looks at the goal, and that's really all they have been. Davenport mostly in the way. Emilio still not letting this one go. It is still very much in the Davenport half. That deflection, fortunate for them, not on target. Oxy from the sideline gets beat by Cam. That's 2 out of the play. Who's going to shut down Brock? Jonathan just close enough.
Sidewall, Brock. Ugh, that's not exactly the challenge he was looking for, and he knows that. Quick scramble back now is going to be all of Davenport, but Oxy caught flat-footed, and he will still make the save. Job's not done yet, and that's why you see a light triple commit out of Akron, but I gotta give credit where it's due. I did not think Oxy was even getting back to that ball.
And I have to say, the Akron playstyle of just challenge the ball, just get in the way is really working. Cam left that open shot, the most obvious play for Brock, who then slow played it, thinking Milio would be frozen, and said Milio just straight lined it right to it. That's what I like to see from Akron. It might backfire at times, but until it does, keep on going.
The corner, no challenge going to be made by anyone from Akron. They're instead going to try and, okay, retreat to midfield and get boost. Never mind. Oxy's got a different plan on that one. 0 boost, ego challenge into the corner. It didn't exactly help out the team, but it continues to state exactly as you've been mentioning multiple times here. This team's not hesitating, and if you do, you will get punished. Milio was banking on the challenge out of Davenport. If Davenport had challenged that, that would have been a goal. He had that dunk dead to rights.
That's a weird touch coming in. Milio did not have the boost to get this one. Cam flick over, Brock in the middle, but he was trying to get it across, and he has to get through Jonathan, who seems to be the final boss sometimes on some of these defensive plays. Very good positional player, as we are well aware. Milio also phenomenal, especially off the backboard. Brock followed him the whole way, basically the defensive shadow to prevent that double.
And no challenge going to be made there from Akron, though. They're recognizing they can't always send the third man. It's a bit too predictable. And instead, they'll try and recapture this one out at midfield. Into the backboard it goes, where Cam, the dribble past a couple, can't get past the third, though, and Jonathan, and neither can Brock. Serves it up to him, not intentionally, but Jonathan just muscling through 2. Oxy muscling through the rest, but they still can't manage a shot. Akron playing a much more physical, much more aggressive offense here,
wow.
But it's going to come back to bite them. That's why you can't always send the third man. Sometimes you just gotta retreat.
Yeah, but even then, this is not much of a clear. This is a redirect, though. It is really difficult to not only get to that quickly, but then shoot it fast enough to beat that defender, but low enough to still get underneath the bar. It's why Cam is known as one of the more lethal strikers in the West, now turned into an East player. He had become what he really sought to destroy in the beginning of his career here, but it is a fun, certainly, to watch him on this path of destruction. But now, I'm sure if you're an Akron fan, it is becoming less and less enjoyable to get into this one. They are finally going to give one up, and now they got to fight for a little bit harder at halftime to be able to get back into this.
They need to play a better midfield right now. It is definitely the main issue I am seeing with them is, again, those in-between challenges. Occasionally they will dive as the third man. Occasionally they will not. But their indecisiveness on whether to do that is really coming back to bite them. In particular, it is Oxy, who I have problems with, as he does make challenges that are, I'd say, effective, but just inconsistent in their timing. Which is good, you know, if you're Davenport trying to read it, you're struggling with that. But for his 2 teammates who are also trying to play a midfield around him, it does make it difficult sometimes. Can they get an offense here with just underneath 2 minutes to go and tie up this game? A challenge there would have been extremely helpful in that path forward, but instead, it's Cam who will get some offense started for Davenport.
Milio down the line has some space, gets faked out real hard by Brock, and that's a good play to be able to completely stem the tide of that counter. And so now it's Davenport again with a lot of space, trying to work with it. Brock retreated to get the boost. He's lurking in the midfield. Jonathan needs to get it. Cam, though, looking for a double. Actually gets bumped, I believe, by Bolte. So highly unfortunate path on the boost gathering, and it's the only reason that potentially is not a second goal.
We need to see Oxy start rotating off ball. He is diving at these plays on repeat right now, and I feel like he's wasting a lot of boost because of it, and I hate to continue pointing at the same player on repeat, but there's another double commit with him included in it. We talked about it before with Brock being like, hey man, you know, it's a different environment versus RLCS. Oxy hasn't even experienced RLCS before. He does not know environments like this, and it is clearly showing right now. His collisions with his teammates, his dives that are just not doing enough for his team. Dude needs to settle down. He played phenomenally in Game 1. Game 2 wasn't bad for him either, but Game 3, he is the main issue for me right now for this Akron team. Can he make up for it? No, the dive in afterwards was mistimed. No contact on the challenge.
As usual, Jonathan within the chaos. He is in the center of that dust cloud for that scrap. And yet, still no reward. Despite what we've been critiquing about Akron, it is still a 1-goal game as Milio dives on through. Jonathan, not a lot in the boost tank, but a lot of space to work with. 45-degree flick. Brock, only a temporary save as Milio goes to the ceiling. Ox needs to help out. Shot past Brock. It's a complete change-up, and now that is 1-1.
Finally, that's what I was looking for out of Oxy. Notice how he completely ditches this play and turns in when they last expected. Those are the challenges I want to see from him, where occasionally they're predictable, but every once in a while a curveball will catch him off guard. Oxy, you make me eat my words. Now can you complete the job, though? You guys have still got 10 seconds to not only hold on and go to an overtime, but what happens after is all up to you. Or maybe you'll get it done now. Leading the charge off the backboard. Milio's there!
Steal.
No shot found. I think this one's going to hit the ground. Never mind. Jonathan with a backflip. My goodness, don't do that to me.
Milio actually stole the corner boost, but unfortunately ran into a Davenport player, so it stemmed the tide. But if Brock got that double, who knows where we'd be. Or if Cam gets this air dribble, well done by Jonathan. Getting in the way early. Brock keeping it alive. Back pass going to be way over Bolty, so he's going to have to retreat and try and gather this one again.
Corner, Bolty on 0 boost, just causing problems right now for Akron, who are trying to escape. That extra touch there will do the exact same thing. But Brock, not much of an angle on this one, so you see no challenge out of Akron. This is, again, the perfect in-between, where they are aggressive when they need to, but occasionally they look at them and go, you can't do anything here. You can't cook. You literally cannot. Well, they cooked there, and they also double committed. Akron, their first mistake of overtime is going to cost them the game.
That's a tough one. Jonathan trying to come in, and granted, he didn't have to make a challenge eventually, and this is the difficulty of maintaining comms in that situation. Davenport is putting a ball close on the near. Jonathan is the closest to it. Oxy has the most logical clear, but he's a little bit later, so you're going to have those moments where even if you call it out, you're already mid-jump, and it's a shame that that's the way it's going to end because it was still so close going into OT.
I mean, I want to give credit to this team because they did actually turn it around by the end of it, had a much more impressive offense, but at the same time, it's the same issues that we went into that game with that are the same issues that end up doing them in at the end of it. It's the double commits. It's the I don't know what the word is here because I keep saying lack of hesitation, but that's not really a bad thing in an instance like this. It's that it's not communicated. If you're going to dive like that, if you're going to be the aggressive player, you need to be clear cut about that. Your two teammates need to know you are doing that. And in an instance like that, where you said it's really either player's ball, Oxy or Jonathan, one of them has to communicate that. When it doesn't happen, it turns into a double commit. It leaves openings. And against the Davenport, who have clearly reformed since a game 1 where they didn't look this lethal, you can't afford double commits like that.
In game 1, I think the main thing we were watching is that Davenport was so trying to shove the ball forward that Akron was able to rotate widely, and then mostly everyone moves out of the spaces as everyone else goes into fill. But as Davenport has begun to get a lot more of these infield passes, these feints, these layoffs, you see Akron over-rotating and getting to the goal at the exact same time, and then they kind of just pause and say, and then it leads to all those double commits. Getting a double commit, honestly, isn't a bad thing. It's natural. It's very difficult to avoid those, even at the highest level. You see them all the time in RLCS for that reason, but for the same reason that they are so difficult to commit in, they can really be your downfall. Akron needs to make sure you are taking this seriously and making sure that you are having a plan to get on the ball and stay out of each other's way.
My jaw is on the floor right now. As much as we're talking about, take the opportunities, create the opportunities, send the second man off of a kickoff, I have to hope there was a demo that I did not see or some sort of reason for what just happened. I'd also like to... Can we go to a normal game? What just happened? That's a double commit in the corner with no players from Davenport ready to recover, yet not a single challenge out of anyone on Akron.
Oxy, no boost going for that one. The fake, again, just the aerial into the no touch. It's just going to throw him off a little bit. And then he tries to go, I believe, for kind of the power shot clear off the bounce on corner, but it was not something that he could read. And not like this. Bolty on the skim off the kickoff. Milio saw the danger. He's not going upfield. And I will say this is not the ideal start. We talked about this a lot where sometimes you want to be able to get back in this game and try to find your redemption arc, but instead right now they're running into a lot of resistance. Even on this one, Bolty taps above his goal. Cam first to it.
Out of the corner. Brock's got time and space to work with. Can he cook? Not exactly. He'll get the flip reset around the player, but there's nobody there to back him up. Bolty will make the challenge, and Brock can get involved again. He's looking for a pass out center to Cam, which will connect, but Milio gets in the way. Now he's going head hunting. I like the attempt there, but Brock not going to be fooled by that, and with picking up that mid boost, this is a perfect pass out to Cam, which is blocked by Oxy. My goodness, where did he come from?
And being able to get in the way is a good thing, but you can only do so much with the little amount of boost. Oxy throws that one forward, looking for a 50. Cam perfectly goes right by Jonathan to the sidewall. Bolty should have an open shot into the side of Brock. Going to have no touch yet again. Cam looking for this one. No more boost, but just his presence alone going to force Jonathan into action.
Bolty with a full tank of boost. What can he do with it? Not much. He does get the passes out, but he also gets another double commit out of Akron. And every single time there seems to be a goal from Davenport, there is a double commit somewhere along the way that causes it.
And again, just going into the ceiling, this is a huge part of passing that has been developing in the past couple seasons, where it used to just be the dynamics of, okay, the ways you can pass are just pass it infield, pass off the backboard, and maybe we can air dribble it over to someone. But no, instead, just slam it off the ceiling. It's really hard for the defense. It forces you to kind of hesitate because you're never really truly prepared for it. And that was a textbook example of why Akron not in position. Bolte certainly not anticipating this one. You can't let Milio hit that.
Okay, all right. Signs of life at the end of this one for Akron here. They've got plenty of time on this, and I'm starting to also notice a trend on both sides, which is teams going, all right, we've finally gotten the pace of play down to a more manageable position. Less aggressive dives, less constant Mach 7 speeds. Guys, that doesn't mean you can start leaving open space for players to cook with. We saw it with the first 2 goals out of Davenport. We see it with that goal here out of Akron. And almost with that one as well. Oxy did not meet a challenge at any point throughout that play. It was only the save on the line that keeps them out. I feel like these two teams have got to find this middle ground right now. They're playing aggressive, but not at the right moments. This airspace is completely free for whatever team decides to take it at the time.
Oxy clears down to Brock, who will then send it right back. Milio also going to be dusted on that aerial. Luckily, Jonathan, as always, the solid backline figure for Akron Gold, able to secure the touch yet again, but not much beyond that. It's still looking real dicey by Akron Gold. You can tell the confidence from game 1 is just not the same. Davenport, not necessarily figuring them out, but always knowing just about how much space to give them. It's almost like they have their boost totals memorized. It's like they got the hacks turned on.
If that were true, we got to have some conversations with them, but that's just how good they are. This team's been around for a long enough time. All of these players do have experience, whether in the CRL scene or otherwise. Talk about let you take this one away, because I don't really have much of an excuse for a triple commit into the corner.
Well, sometimes when you are very much so trying to get back into things, you're going to get turtle shotted by Cam. I didn't see that little flex there as he gets the touchdown on the breakaway. But this is what happens when you're down. You get a little nervous. You start to feel like you have to push the envelope, and I am never a fan of it. It is was a 1-goal game, and you're full sending it into the corner? No. Keep someone back. Make sure the midfield is covered. You can't be allowing these instant breakaways. Oxy, not going to allow this one, but Cam still combining with Bolte. Brock back across, only going to be intercepted by Milio temporarily as that shot still finds its way through.
Still feels like boost totals are starting to go in favor of Davenport overall here. I don't think that necessarily means it's already over for this Akron team, but they need to hustle, putting themselves down an extra goal and an unnecessary extra goal at that. It's going to make this difficult. Not Foxy. Can't put that on target. Never mind. Chance there, gone. Here's another one. Milio trying to keep this close, and he will. Follow up from Jonathan, though. Beat out. And demo from Cam should force them into a retreat. Or not. Oxy and Milio diving aggressively, but Oxy, no boost left in the tank. And unfortunately, another poor challenge out of Akron is going to end the offense.
I swear, Oxy will get some boost, and then within a couple seconds, he is immediately at 0 again, which is just how the game of Rocket League works, but I need some more padding from Akron Gold, because this has been a problem. You said they struggle in midfield. Well, part of it is just because they're spending all of it just to get to one read, and then when they hit it forward, they have nothing to join them with. Oxy has a little bit in his tank, could be able to set up a shot here, especially with the lead blocker, which brings it down to 1-goal game.
I swear to you, this team lives or dies by Oxy, and it's so impressive because when he does get involved in offense, you can understand why they have brought this kid in and why he is on this team. He is so lethal when given the chance, but every once in a while he gets lost in the sauce and the rotations fall apart, and that's where you have questions for him. If he can tie this game up here and now, the questions will be answered, or maybe it's Milio, the veteran of the squad, to get something started. Off the ceiling, pass out to Jonathan, and the shot goes off the bar.
Has to go in. That is wide open, no contest. He had the full angle of that back post and still not going to be in. Maybe you just have to shake it off because you got Milio still with the flip reset. Oxy from an angle, no contact. Jonathan, he needs some support. Who's going to provide it? How about two Davenport defenders? Double commit, but still going to be out of the box for Oxy now to deal with a reset. Cam just flicking across, trying to get this out of their half. Milio with a double. Oxy on the backboard, and yet Davenport seems to always just be a little bit in the way.
They're a little bit in the way, but they're also in the way of themselves. That's a double commit into a team bump, which means this shouldn't have enough time for a transition into offense. If you hustle, Akron, you don't have time left. Don't just watch the ball float in your half. Make a challenge. Hello, somebody? Off the ceiling it goes. Cam to spike it down, and that'll do it. Davenport take the win, and I'm a bit flabbergasted at how that ended.
The confidence seemed like it was gone, but also when you have a player from Davenport up, I understand the temptation to go for it, but in the end, no one was in the position they need to be, and Akron will lose out to our on-paper favorites, starting to show why they are that way. Really poor start from Davenport in the beginning, but then they really picked it up, and finally you see Volti getting the MVP, getting plenty of shots, plenty of saves, plenty of demos. He's really doing it all.
He's doing it all, but unfortunately, he's not doing quite enough on this one. It's a good game. It's a solid game all around here, but it definitely kind of feels like this team still has got a little bit more to show. And honestly, I'd say that for both sides here. Akron, you proved yourselves to be contenders who can face up against some of the best, but Davenport, even showing yourself a little bit vulnerable against a team like Akron Gold to start the series, gave us a couple of questions here or there. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of feeling at this point that it's an Akron who have proven themselves to be good and a Davenport who have proven themselves to be good, but there's not really any other questions that have been answered with a series like that.
No, and that's one of the biggest issues when you do look at a squad like Akron Gold, is that game one is very much like, wow, that's really how high this team can reach. They are making one of the most hyped up East teams look kind of like a joke. And then when you get into it, you're like, oh, wait, hold on. You got to do it again and again to be able to secure a win. Like, it just was not nearly as cohesive. They looked a lot more apprehensive. It looked more like everyone was kind of saying, I have it, and just kind of wasting a lot of boost. You could really see, I feel like, the whole of the experience from Davenport, the work that them and Shane, the coach, has been putting in. They've looked phenomenal down the stretch. And as Byra said in the chat, game 4 merchants, I suppose.
If it works, it works. At the end of the day, that was something we all said about Northwood for a while. They'd lose the first game and then clap through, just like you mentioned before. The only difference now is that Northwood's got a proven track record. Let's see if Davenport can keep this up for the rest of the season. Let's bring back in the rest of the desk and get their thoughts about this one as well. As I mean, it went as expected for everyone, but Hercules down there.
Sorry, Herc.
I don't know.
Man, you made us apologize on air. This is gonna happen. This has to happen.
I had to bow
y'all
down.
Picked the safe pick, and you were right.
What we got the tag for?
All three of you were shaking in your boots when
Oh,
we
100%.
had you.
Yeah, a
when
little
we
bit.
had y'all looking silly.
I had a mean prepped after game 1. I was not happy about that.
I
one.
was so ready, dude. I was
Yeah,
so
I was-
ready about it. Just like, I was just going to have to accept it. Herc literally just has like some sort of, I don't know, crystal ball. She just figures it out through. I don't know, man.
He's a wizard. I do want to give credit to Akron Gold, though.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that it was a loss, they took on one of like a very blitzing offense from Davenport that just kept on coming, and Akron just barely broke. There was so many times where I'm like, dude, this should be like a 3-4-0 score line. Oxy kept them in it. I think Emilio did a great job generally on the defensive end. It felt like Akron couldn't break, but the sheer force that Davenport was putting through was awesome. Cam, I think that midfield redirect, I think was in game 1 or 2. It was just insane. It was absurd. And like, that's what you bring him in for. That's what you bring Cam in for, to take in these like one-off goals that just come from out of nowhere. But I am left with a little bit more questions than answers, if you'll indulge me. It's more just that it's not like I saw Akron play bad. They actually played, like, I think relatively well considering the level of team that they're playing. But I also want to know now, was this just a struggle for Davenport, or is just Akron playing on a level right now that we are not really expecting? Taco, any ideas?
Honestly, in game 1, that's how you should be playing. The thing is that the moment they are in a situation where the comms have to pick up and the decisions become a lot more subtle, it's more about staggered defense. Like, hey, I got backboard, I'm getting corner boost, I hold it up. I feel like they do not have it together. They looked really disheveled. They were not really good at those quiet moments in the rotation, as you saw Davenport start to pick up on and say, hey, let's just keep carrying it to the ceiling. Let's keep taking them apart on the backboard. It's why Cam kept lobbing it, because even if it wasn't an immediate clear, someone had to use their meager 20 boost to go up for it, tap it, and then Cam just rotates out, steals their boost, and knocks it back in. It was something that I think Davenport locked into very early on, and I kept waiting for Akron to make that adjustment and then tried maybe just to work more 50s in, grab some boost, and they just never really did. So definitely a good game tape to look back on.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to take away from the series, even from both teams. Again, especially for Akron. I think, especially come Friday, Champ League show, but I think it's something we might want to reevaluate, I think, Akron Gold a little bit. They had a rough offseason, no doubt about it, but I think we can look at them and be like, maybe the season is not completely out of it for them yet, because they definitely looked better than certain Bruton Parker. And I think that's fair to say. And I think they could probably go toe-to-toe with Shawnee. Davenport, on the other hand, I think they're cementing themselves among the top tier. I think they need like one solid win against, one of the top teams that we have here. But either way, Bass, I'm quite excited about the future of both these teams.
I'm excited as well, but I don't know if I'm quite yet at the let's change our opinions about Akron Gold stage yet.
I'm not 100%, but I will say that this could have been a much worse performance, in my opinion.
I agree with that. I do agree with that, especially considering as much as we're talking about rookies on Davenport. Oxy, first time in the spotlight, it had to get to him. It clearly got to him by the way he was playing at the end of that series. So, look, I think this team has a bright future, but the unfortunate truth is that it might literally just be the future only. I don't know if they've got the time, man. We're halfway through league play already. They've got 2 weeks to turn it around and get into a playoffs that is already hotly contested. 2 losses on the docket here already. One against your sister school, yeah, but another one against Cuse is not going to help you win your odds.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it. I am optimistic. I think Patty is optimistic of the sister team. I think a lot of fans are optimistic for both teams, really. As for us, we have one more game on the docket, which will be coming up shortly. It's going to be Oregon State going up against Colorado. Oregon State coming off of a insane Oregon Derby. We'll be going up against Colorado, who I think we're expecting a bit more out of, but we will see coming up after the break. This is the CCA Summer Series. We'll be right back.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
My feet gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
back to CCA Summer Series, sponsored by Nelnet Bank. Once again, we have got some collegiate action on the docket here tonight, but we've just wrapped up our third match of the night. It was more or less what we expected, Taco. You and I were in that one for the cast there. Akron ends up taking a loss to Davenport, but we finally get our preview of Davenport that we've been waiting for here on the mainstream.
Yeah, and this is, again, one thing we keep talking about. And again, East, just play your game right now. In terms of total games played coming to this broadcast, West has 3 times the amount of games as East. So, like, we want to talk about you. You guys want to talk. And, of course, my favorite thing, just as a side note, is these teams complain, like, why are we power ranked lower? And it's like, because you don't play. We can't just trust that you're good. And a series like this helps to calm me down, because Davenport did look like the favorites in the East as they came across too. But of course, we have to pay homage to the Akron Gold team. Obviously, we call them like the little brother team, the sisters team, like the alternate, the B team, whatever. They're still obviously good enough to make it in top 16 in the continent for East, and obviously they're going to look great in doing so. I think they just really need to tweak the rotation a little bit, and they're like almost there at that top tier level.
Well, that's kind of the point of this one here. Summer Series is literally being used by a lot of these teams as sort of, a testing ground for what's going to be fall here. 2 teams that I think are still kind of testing this one out, if you will, are the 2 teams coming up here. We got ourselves our 4th and final matchup of the night. The difference is, though, we're heading over to the West. It's my territory now with Oregon State versus CU Boulder. 2 teams that I think have made some pretty big waves due to being new rosters. However, Seb, one of these 2 rosters a little bit more impressive on paper than the other.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I understand. Well, you're talking about Colorado, yes?
Yes, I am talking about Colorado.
I want to give flowers to Oregon State. They do have a win on the docket, and they went. If any of you were in Taco's stream, Vaudable, I think, was casting with you, Taco. They went a crazy best of 5 against the other Oregon team that we have here in Oregon University of Oregon. And that was one of the most impressive performances I think I've seen, considering that the pedigree of Oregon, or University of Oregon, is now continuing to elevate time after time as they get better wins. That being said, we know that Colorado Boulder, they're coming into this with some incredible players, with Brazy, Thumper, and Yokes, but also with just a lot of hype towards them. The only problem is, and I think it just might be to the schedule, is that they really haven't lived up to it thus far. And I am worried that if they do lose this matchup, I don't know where to put them anymore.
I struggle with this Colorado team specifically for what you are mentioning here, which is that they are a good team, but they've taken some losses against teams we really wouldn't expect them to. All right, you take a loss against Maryville. Cool, fine. It's Maryville. No one's really going to say much about you taking a loss against Maryville. Then you take a loss against Columbia. And again, okay, Columbia is Columbia, but then we see what happens tonight, and you get a little bit more confused because they got swept by that Columbia roster. And then they take a loss against Mizzou, who in many people's eyes is basically their direct competition for trying to sneak into playoffs. The only win they have thus far is against Borregos on week 1 of stream, and I mean, that's good, but also, Herc, even as Borrego's biggest fan, you have to admit that was maybe not the most impressive win for Colorado. Not enough for us to say that they've proven themselves to be a playoff contending team yet.
Cue the soundbite.
No. Keep that in the lore.
No, on the real though, it's kind of valid. And if you do want to mention the Borregos win, it is very valid to say that yes, you are not winning against probably the toughest of matches right there. However, yes, you also do have to mention the rest of those losses. They are the top teams, and well, if you want a chance to be at the top, you got to be able to compete with the top, or at least get an upset off of one of them.
Yeah.
One upset, I think, would put your name into contention against a lot of them. Otherwise, you kind of just slip into the back of everybody's minds.
I mean, UTA got an upset over Columbia. Colorado, why couldn't you do the same? Let's see if they can at least get the expected dub today, or at least in my eyes, I believe the expected dub. Let's see if my other talent here believe the same. It's time for predictions, ladies and gentlemen. How we feeling? Taco, I'll go to you. Calm and collected as ever today. Are we feeling our picks?
Yeah, I've come to a zen about losing all my money. I think I'm in like a good space. I've reached the financial nirvana, which is when you have nothing, then everything comes into sharp focus about what to focus on.
What's the stages of grief?
I've come basically to acceptance now. Yes. I think we're all good. That was me mere minutes ago, flawlessly done by Jesse, our producer here. So yes, that was indeed me. with content-aware scaling. Shout out to Exotic in Photoshop. That was very much the live reaction in my head. That's what I looked like. Maybe not literally, but very much so in a figurative, more spiritual and emotional sense. And so, from
is there a
there
pick here?
to now. Well, I mean, I thought they would put my camera back up because it has my pushing over the frame. But I guess we'll just talk it through. I'm a huge fan of Yokes. It is the Yokening, but I will say, not convinced by their third yet in Brazy. I have seen it be a little bit shaky. And one thing I have not seen yet in that Oregon Derby is that Oregon State, all three of them look solid. I genuinely think they can win this one, despite being one of the lowest powering teams in all of Summer Series across the East and West. I actually think they can take this.
Well, you and someone else, because somebody put 100K on Oregon State, and they're either about to feel exactly like you.
Blukey. Calling it.
Yeah.
Oregon super fan.
No.
That's
no.
I put a solid 8K on Colorado. You guys.
Are we betting Colorado then?
Yes, I do believe in that. I have to go with the safe bet after I lost my last one. So you guys just do what you do on paper, okay?
Seb, you believe in them on paper?
So
Okay.
here's the thing: is I completely understand Taco's reasoning. It is a typical case. I'm not gonna say that Yokes is like hard carrying the team or anything like that, but he is like very well renowned and probably one of the stronger players to the team. Whereas Oregon State it's much more collectively as a unit. And we've talked about this philosophy back and forth time and time again over like, would you rather have one or two like hard carries in a team, or would you rather have like three, even if they're lower SSLs, be able to carry you across the finish line? I personally think if you have one or two carries, you can get across a good amount of mid-tier games, and I think this is going to be one of those cases for Colorado. I'm going Colorado. I think that this is going to be a season-defining matchup for them. If they lose this, then we got to put them down. They are no longer one of those top 6 contenders teams. They're out of that spot from in contention with Mizzou, and I don't know where they go from here. If they do win it, then I think we can still have our head up high that they could do some damage.
You know what? You've all made extremely sound arguments. You've made a very good, these are good predictions. I'm going to make a bad one. I'm taking Oregon State on this one, and I don't have any reason to back this at all. I have no reason to back this at all. Look, the one thing I will give to Oregon State at this point is that I, at one point, ranked this team the lowest team in all of CCA Summer Series West. The literal lowest team there. But I did that off the back of a pretty bad loss against UTD, a team they should not have lost to. They followed it up by going to Game 5 against Oregon, something very few teams have been able to say, and then beating UTA, the team that just beat Columbia. If there was ever a day for Magic to strike, it is today. Oregon State, you have 100,000 of my channel points on you at this point. I am the person who put 100K down. I have 500K. I got another 450,000 to spare. If someone would like to take a chunk of my 100K, go crazy.
You need help? Please call a support line.
Look, man,
Call a support line.
I'm balling out, man. I know what I'm doing. You can't doubt the Fish Taco duo. We know what we're doing here. Taco and I got this one.
This is going to be great if you guys lose. I'm just saying.
I'm very prepared to lose. If it happens, it happens,
No. If it happens, it happens. But
I hope you lose and I get your 100K. Oh, I'm so sad I didn't predict on Taco's 100.
Because I don't have 100K, but I think pulls over.
It is closed. It is closed. You missed your opportunity to rob me. I'm sorry.
I did.
You know what? It's okay, because Chad at this point thinks I'm also delusional. They think I'm probably just chugging caffeine back here. I'm not, actually. I'm completely I'm
himself from Oregon says everybody goes to Game 5.
Oh, let's find out. Do we go to Game 5? Do we have a banger final series of the day? It doesn't matter how good it is. It's here. It's now. Oregon State trying to defend Colorado. They want to stay in contention.
Well, there you have it. Oregon State versus Colorado. I guess you could say David versus Goliath in a world, but at the end of the day, somebody is stealing Bass's 100K off of this, and there is a chance it could be you and me, chat. There's only one way to find out who's the better team, and it's right here.
See, now I'm kind of ticked off that I didn't get my channel points in because I was too
That's
busy
how I
doing
felt
my
about Taco's
job.
match.
You know, but in this case, I'm very excited to see where this goes. I think this could be a very contested one. It's going to be Oregon State versus Colorado. Colorado wanting to stay in contention for one of the stronger teams in the West. Oregon State wanting to surprise everyone here.
I mean, listen, it has been a day full of surprises for a lot of teams. I don't count out Oregon by any means whatsoever, but this game one is going to be a pretty big tell-all, I think, of how the series could go. But for now, it's been pretty aggressive as far as Oregon State is concerned, which is a good sign of life for them. You see the cheat ups, you see the attempts on the bumps and the demos there. They have been able to stay in control. This is the first time they've lost it.
We'll say all of Colorado having no tag on them goes very hard in terms of the looks right now. Just all of them cold business as usual. Yokes and Thumper rocking 2 profile pics of cats because, of course, that's what gets you wins. Colorado already taking offensive possession. Brazy with nothing in the tank, just getting so much freedom until Lich finally takes it out.
There, got it back. Huge clear right here, which is what you want to see if you're a Colorado fan, because one thing I will commend them on are usually their follow-ups, but as soon as I say that, this one gets dead balled down, and you have to rely on the demo, or excuse me, on the respawns to try and get them out of it, which did go in their favor. Yokes taking his time. This one from the corner could be a center tee up for Thumper. This one down. It is, dude, I do got to commend Oregon State. They knew coming in against a team like Colorado that your defense really has to be on it, and they have been on one. The fact that they have not been scored on yet to what? I think this is to only 2 shots. It does feel like more is a good thing.
Yeah, and you can even see right now, Colorado, I think that first man pretty deep in, especially in these transitions, looking for that demo to open up that defensive rotation of Oregon. Thumper. Ooh, it's one downfield. Kind of gives away possession a little bit, especially as Private Boy is able to collect a decent amount of boost. If Profile can get a hand on this, this could be dangerous. Yokes has to dive in for this, and it will be Profile open things up for Oregon State.
Very solid placement on this one. Even on the low boost, it was still solid enough to go back. But that crossbar down and in, whether it was intentional or not, is pretty much the sole reason that one might have been saved. I feel, or not been saved, excuse me. I feel like that one could have been taken out. Could have been wrong. Don't come at me too harshly.
Oh,
but
Yokes.
Opening goal, as quickly as it came, it went. The equalizer pulls through.
I mean, that's just 2 defensive mistakes back to back for both teams. Go back to a tied scoreline. Both of them finding their feet. Oregon State thus far playing a decent game, and I think Colorado, they're just trying to find their feet, warming up to how Oregon State are going to be playing that defense. This is just a symptom of how Oregon State, they played that Oregon University game very defensively. We're just constantly relying on some nice transitions to be able to get in that offensive zone.
2 minutes, 40 seconds of the clock, tied game. Not about shout from either of these teams right now. Big demo there. Double demo, open net for Yokes. I love this play.
The double demo, it works, and it works very handedly. Thumper just going thump immediately to the defensive rotation. Sorry, I played way too much of certain other games that had that sound effects, and Thumper just makes me want to do that all the time. But
It's okay.
Oregon State will go down. Colorado taking the lead.
Oh, man. And it almost got taken away again. Here comes Private Boy. This one off the side. That's a great anticipation or lurk there from Yokes. But again, double off the side. Not the quickest of follow-ups from Oregon. I think once they start to speed this one up a little bit, they are going to become more dangerous. But yes, the bumps are coming through. It's the same play we saw last. The 50 on the dunk. 2 minutes, 2-goal lead. And there you have it. Colorado putting their foot down.
That was probably the most Champ 3 gameplay I think I've ever seen, especially in transition, fumbling over each other, tripping over each other to get to that ball as quick as possible, recognizing the rotation was just off from Oregon State. So Colorado taking the 3-1 lead here for game 1, looking confident as Brazy just goes for it, puts Yokes in a very bad position, and the demo comes through. Colorado wasn't expecting it.
They were not, but honestly, I was. I saw that demo coming a mile away. The lurk hunting for those demos was insane. I think there's a game plan starting to form from Oregon State. They know it is a two-man job to get past the Colorado defense right now, and that's exactly what they are doing. Private Boy over one. Yokes sends this one back mid.
Second touch.
Second touch is coming through,
Oh,
but
no, double
immediately
commit.
taking back this one to the backboard, but no follow-up. And this is what I said at the beginning of this game. I said Oregon State, their follow-ups have been so slow, and not in a bad way, but just slow enough that there are so
hesitation.
many missed opportunities.
The moment that you're hesitating on which challenge you're going to take is the moment you're essentially giving away possession. Brazy looking for the redirect. Lich will be able to challenge him to the ball. Profile gets bumped out of the way. Brazy somehow makes this work.
What is this floater? Okay, Yoke sends it up, and Brazy just pre-jumps it high enough to make a touch on it. He honestly mind-tricked Lich out of the way at that point. He didn't even have to touch his car. He made him think he was going for the bump just enough that he went high and let that float in. That's one that's gonna probably frustrate Oregon a little bit there, but a minute is enough time to try and reconvene and tie things up here.
A little bit.
It's so
Oh,
long.
beautiful
This one doesn't go in.
pre-flip. Does not go in. A little bit too high, but it puts Oregon State on the back foot. Keeps them on their toes, trying to get another chance. Thumper's going to go high. Lich will challenge it away. Yoke's going to send it back just to get some time for his teammates to reset.
Look at this little bounce up there. It's Private Boy, low boost, all the way back, and for some reason, Yokes
No
doesn't put the
way.
initial shot on target, but the follow-up to his first goes through it.
Yeah, this is, someone said West gameplay. I agree.
This is offense.
You know, and Bass was so hyped. We're getting it. We're getting into West match. Yippee, this is my region. Yes. Yep, this is. But either way, it's still an entertaining game. 30 seconds remaining. Colorado more than likely taking this W in this series. The first one of potentially many, depending on how they play. Brazy gonna look for the 50, and with it, this is all but over.
Yep, 18 seconds left on the clock here. Most you can do is try and go for a third goal if you are Oregon State, but for the most part, everything has just fell a bit flat. This one,
Nice.
redirect through from Thumper to secure goal number 6 at 7 seconds, and well, securing game number 1 as well.
And while I was kind of complimenting Oregon State as having a very sturdy defense and being able to manage pressure that's coming to them, Colorado has really ripped it apart without much effort. It's just been these easy transitions for them, outspeeding Oregon State. And as the clock winds down, you even see someone, Yokes, going in, potentially for the second touch, actually going to go in for the demo. Profile forced it up high. Another shot comes through. Thumper can't put it through. Colorado will take game 1.
That was not the cleanest, and they might come at me for that one, but in my opinion, I think Colorado absolutely could play a cleaner game. However, it is enough to kind of put Oregon in their place right now. They are able to hold them back very easily defensively. They're forcing Oregon to try and get very, very creative. That's when we started to see a lot of those bumps and those demo plays, the early cheat ups start to come out. But the fact that Colorado was able to adjust so quickly, it's keeping Oregon on their toes. They just unfortunately aren't balancing very well.
Yeah, it's at a certain point, you really have to wonder in terms of, you know, how much is too much. Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest game, obviously, definitely not, but it was enough to get them over the finish line. I think for Colorado, like, they have a lot of work to do in terms of just keeping, just keeping their defense alive, just keeping that defensive rotation alive, not going for really crazy challenges, trying to just, especially when it came to Brazy's like aerial follow-up into demo, you got to be careful of those backboard demos because you can see Colorado, they're actively going it multiple times now. We even almost saw it at the end. Yokes was actually, he did get that back wall demo and almost opened the entire thing up for another goal, but we'll see if Oregon State can make any changes because I feel we know that they have the capability to. Bass is praying that they have that ability to adapt, but at the moment, Colorado, they're looking quite strong. We'll see if they can carry it into game 2 here in this best of 5.
If you guys are just tuning in, Colorado took down Oregon 6-2. So it's been a night of crazy game 1 blowouts for a lot of these teams, which you would think is a tell-all for how the rest of the series would go, but like my lovely co-host has said, it is not impossible for Oregon State to make their corrections, and I'm on the same boat. Despite choosing against them, I do know that they are capable. We're seeing it in real time right here. For some reason, Litch didn't turn around and take that as a shot opportunity, but it's okay. You got 4.5 minutes to not make that same mistake again.
Though we see Private Boy just going in. Bracy has to play this off the back wall. Litch goes for it. Finally, Profile has to get the read. It goes off the post. Brazy gets the side flip to knock it out, though it's still dangerous. Private Boy going for the dish. Doesn't get much from it. Profile and Oregon, that was blistering offense that they just kept on coming time after time. Just couldn't convert.
You know that's gotta frustrate them too,
Oh,
because
yeah.
that should have gone in, but you go again. Private Boy, no boost. Nothing really to show for it either. Still, nobody has found their first goal yet. There's attempts being made, but nobody
Private Boy,
quite
it's awkward.
successful. Yokes up first, Brazy to follow through, and there you have it. First on the board.
I mean, this is great from Yokes. Look at the positioning. He stops. He recognizes Brazy, has the pass, sends it to him. Back straight to Brazy for the slot. Outpaces that defensive rotation. Oregon State fall behind once again.
Here comes Profile. Enough in the tank to actually work and do something, but he had 2 players on him to try and hold him back successfully. Pressure still coming through, even on no boost. That's a solid pinch back. Yokes
Look at
already
Yokes.
upfield, but for some reason he went for the back pass on it, which allowed Oregon enough time to kind of reconvene, get back into position there on defense.
Yep. I think he was just too committed. That's why he decided to just go for the side pass. He had already kind of turned his car, and he's like, okay, well, Thumper's coming along the way. I can go for a pass, especially the rotation from Oregon won't be able to read it. So see if they can clang it downfield. Profile with a great redirect. Bounces off the crossbar. Colorado rushing to get it out of their zone. Hopefully get themselves a clear, and they do.
I have got to give flowers to Oregon. When they have boost, they are actually terrifying. They have the opportunity to do it if they want to. They're making it a little bit harder for Colorado as time goes on. The biggest hindrance to them, though, in my opinion, has been that third man being so low on boost. So it takes one big clear from Colorado, and you have the whole team racing back to try and bail out third man, which doesn't
like the
get
idea.
the bump on it. We saw the plan, we saw the idea, but it just couldn't follow through.
Yeah, and you did mention just in terms of that third man being low, I mean, that's why Yokes is taking that advanced positioning to be able to outplay that. Tries to go for the team pitch. Yokes still puts it up high. Every single member of Colorado looking for that chance, but can't put it on as the crossbar is the 4th player for Oregon.
Absolutely unfortunate on that play, too, because it looked like an opportunity to go in, but good signs of life from Oregon. This one's still in the corner. An attempt to doink it out, but Private Boy getting a little bit more aggressive with his challenges here and successful. Great 50 there from
50.
Thumper, but that falls right into the hands of Profile. He can slow it down. You already see Brazy up. Past one, Yokes lurking. And this one, right into his hands. Demo turns into a 1v1 between him and Private Boy. 51-1. Litch, the respawn in the right place at the right time.
Thumper going from the ceiling. Trying to go for a 50 there. Brace just a little bit too slow to it. Yokes, Profile, beats the Oregon State. They're starting to cook. They're playing more aggressively, and it might pay off as it does. Litch does it himself.
At some point, high risk, high reward was going to pay off for this team. It finally pulled through and almost just fell into their lap a little bit, because I do gotta say, I think it was Brazy who actually bumped himself into that last defender there. You thought it was going to be like the reverse way of it, but no, Colorado just kind of set themselves up, not in the best way, trying to, you know, redeem themselves a little bit here. Not the best, but a minute left to go. Tied game, looking a lot different than game number 1 had.
Oh yeah, I mean, we can already see it though. That is dangerous. Yokes almost giving a clean look. Almost puts it on. Bounce off the post. Now we can see Oregon waiting for those challenges from Colorado so they can go for an easy transition. You can even see it now. Profile, go for a pass. Actually, he's going to carry it himself. Yokes needs to collect that boost. He does. 45 left. It's on Colorado. They don't want to go for a best of 3. They don't want to give any momentum to Oregon. It might be a here, but no. Profile gets the save.
Oh my gosh. 30 seconds left. Somehow Oregon is slowly retaking that control back away, but it's that low boost on those last defenders again. And for some reason, Colorado hasn't spotted that out as often as I would like them to if they want to take advantage of that sort of a situation. But low boost challenge from Profile. Lets this one fall over to Private Boy. Thumper takes this one back. 8 seconds left on the clock. Lich tries to send this one downfield. Crazy. Back over to himself, but into the corner. It's an infield if someone wants to take it, but instead it's a long clear. This one might hit the ground, or it's shot opportunity if somebody wants to take it. Crazy to kill. And we've got OT in game number 2.
I have to assume that was a mistouch. They had the perfect positioning to be able to wrap that one up in 0 seconds. Thumper might be able to do it here. Profile, he tries to bait out the challenge. Profile defensively well done, able to net that save. And Brazy back over to Thumper. In overtime now with a goal. Will take it all. Yokes. Brazy looking to get themselves 2-0 in this series. Colorado not wanting to stop.
This isn't the end of it, though. There's a big shot. That one goes off into the corner. Low boost again for the defense of Oregon right now. They just got to get out of their own half, kind of just give them a moment to reset. Profile over to the backboard, and really all that does is give time to his teammates to try and find some boosts so they can have a real play opportunity.
It's going for the bomb. Brazy's trying to decide if he wants to go for the squishy, but Yokes comes in for the scoop. Brilliantly done to cover his teammate Thumper. Can you solo it all? Tries to bait out for the defensive touch again, but it doesn't work this time around. Now Colorado playing as aggressively as possible, wanting to break Oregon to the core.
This one's going down. It's a slower play
These
off of it.
demos are so scary.
They are terrifying. The thing that freaks me out more, I'll be honest, are these like long half clears. But Colorado has been so consistent at defending them and then turning them into these quick transitions. You got to commend them off of it. They're forcing Oregon to work way harder than they probably would like to right now. But they are getting better at being able to get out of their own half for now.
Crazy. Let's get the midfield touch he wanted. Private Boy looking for another. He almost nets it himself, and I am a little shocked that no one was there to at least receive, considering how aggressive Oregon has been in the past. I'm wondering if they're starting to let their foot off the gas just a touch, and that's not something you want to do, especially when being that over-aggressive has really worked out for you in this case.
Yeah, this has been a lot closer than I think Colorado would have liked, especially after how dominant their game would have been, but it's okay. You end it here. It ends the way almost how it started, which is Oregon State a step behind Colorado. And there, it's a free floater.
Did you not see the team bump? That was a team bump to end the game. Team bumps normally are like, yeah, okay, you know, oh, we team bump in the midfield, whatever. No. He team bumped the goaltender who was supposed to make the save. That is someone add the music, the sports music. No, not that one. The football music. You know that one? That one.
Fair.
Yeah.
I do gotta say, as unfortunate as the way that ended for Oregon State. As unfortunate as it ended for Oregon State, you do gotta give kudos to Colorado. 10 shots to a solid 14. Oregon State only able to put 1 through the net, and yet Colorado only 1 more, 2 through, and it comes out in an OT. So for as insane as it seems on paper offensively, both of these two teams have played the craziest defense we've seen so far.
That was a great game. I feel robbed. Okay, I feel robbed.
I expected that, though, if I'm honest. When you're playing that consistently for so long defensively, somebody is bound to end the game in the dumbest error possible. That's how it goes every single time.
It's just a shame because I feel that you saw Colorado. They were cooking something. We'll see if they can continue with their cook-off here in Game 3. Will they be able to wrap it up in a sweep, or will Oregon State finally live up to that potential we were talking about? They'll take themselves a game.
This one over to the backboard. Great pinch off from Thumper. Immediately followed back. Drop down pass over to Private Boy. Great save there from Yokes. Follow up denied by the post. And transition comes through. 1v1 on low boost still. Oregon State pulls through.
Oh, okay.
For now,
Profile.
they finally get to go on offense. Feels like a rarity.
I just wish we saw it. Now I'm starting to see it. Oregon pulling off just a touch. They're not taking that over-aggressive approach. Lich puts it on, but it will be knocked up to the crossbar. Great save from Colorado to keep themselves alive and not let things open here, but Profile takes advantage. It's 1-0 for Oregon.
The lurk pulls through. You saw Profile circling like a shark, and it took one low touch from the defense. Brazy's unfortunately just falling down instead of clearing out, allowing Oregon State the opportunity to go through uncontested. And now they try to go again, but this time not as easy.
And what we saw from game 1 was a bit of a blowout. Game 2 was as close as can possibly be. And then in game 3, I mean, this could be a different story if Colorado don't lock it in now.
I do gotta commend Oregon State. There has been a big shift as each game has gone on. It's gotten a lot closer every single time. And the good thing, if you're an Oregon State fan, is they finally open up with a lead, which is a good sign of life if they can hold on defensively as strong as they have been in the past.
Oaks collecting. Hard positioning from Oregon State, going really deep, but it works out for them. They're able to get themselves a full transition. This could be dangerous, especially with Profile having as much boost as he does. Private Boy needs to get up. He's going to be playing the defensive touch instead. As Oregon could have set something up if they had the ball control. The execution just wasn't there.
Still trying to go from the corner. No second touch on it.
Oh, wait a minute.
It was a delayed second touch. Follow-up doesn't go in from Yokes, but it's not going to end here. You see Profile lurking. This one over to the backboard. Has the space to try and take the shot. He does, but Yokes is a force to be reckoned with right now. Nothing has gotten past him. This might be the first. And there you have it.
What a great way to do it. Profile coming in. Wasn't the cleanest shot, and I'm pretty sure it was off a falling brace, and there's nothing he could have do. He had no boost. That will be a 2-0 for Oregon State, and Colorado firmly behind now with half a game remaining.
Not a bad shout at all either as far as Oregon is concerned. I don't want to sit here and say that, oh, Colorado is playing bad. I think right now Oregon State are finally matching their energy.
Yeah.
And this was the potential that Bass and Taco were talking about, right? Everybody was like, oh, you know what? Like, there is a chance. There's a world where they can take down Colorado, but they've got to be playing the way that they're playing right now, which is very consistent and quick to follow each other up. Trying to stop Colorado in their tracks in the mid is the most important, and they're finally able to do that, and you're seeing that really is a huge factor in what the success has been so far.
Yokes. For a touch, just kidding. No, his teammate will cover him instead. Brazy, the defensive rotation is all over the place right now for Oregon. Colorado is looking for that easy transition, but Oregon covering every single angle in the midfield. Even now, Profile collecting possession. Thumper is going to put one just short, but Profile, someone needs to cover it, and they do. And now we're seeing Colorado. They're the ones in a bit of a back seat right now. They're taking their foot off the gas, not going super aggressive as we've seen them previously.
Yeah, I think right now the game plan is just let Oregon State run themselves in circles, run out of energy, and then go for the attack. Play the patient game, play for the long haul, right? And that's kind of what Colorado's been doing. They're being patient, they're lurking, they're waiting for their opportunity, and it has finally arrived.
It's finally just given to them now. The question is, what will they do with it? You can see Lich goes in for it, but just doesn't get the angle as both players were rotating back. None had coverage on the net. It was bound to happen considering how long Colorado was able to extend that pressure.
I like this from Profile. That's not the best of flicks to get over.
I like that.
This happens every time that I want to commend somebody on something and then they do the exact opposite. But you know what? It's fine. You got a minute to prove me otherwise. Here comes Colorado. And it's the same as what we were saying before. It's a lot of just lurking and patience.
Oh my gosh, that was so unfortunate from Lich. You needed to be able to get that, and I think it's just because he got caught in the lip. Yokes, great pass over to Brazy, but that was just a defensive error. 51 seconds Oregon, you're at risk of getting your game robbed right now.
Yeah, they earned that initial lead that they had held on to for so long, but right now it is just the slightest of mistakes that are costing them this game right now. That was a good opportunity. It was a crazy double and a near impossible angle. Teamwork to try and push this one forward could be in their favor, but 34 seconds left on the clock. It's potential OT.
I am absolutely dying to see what the vibe is like right now in the green room with Taco and Baz, considering how much they've invested into this series, and it could all be for naught. If Colorado can net themselves a goal here, almost outpacing the transition of Oregon. One last possession here. Thumper going up high, going to go off the backboard. It's whiffed. Lich puts it on. Brazy not in a good position for it. Maybe getting the redirect in, but it will go up high and saved, and we're going to overtime.
An overtime and a golden goal to start their season in the mid with a sweep. Here comes Thumper. Takes his time, tried to fake the reset and go low.
Oh no.
Lich tried to catch him out, but Yokes facing the right direction, right place, right time, allows transition to come through for Colorado.
Right past.
It's a pass and play opportunity. Lich keeps it out. Private Boy makes a tiny clear, and there you have it. Colorado are working for it.
Oregon hanging by a thread. Just one single goal away from losing it all at the moment. Private Boy hovering around that net. Brazy looking for that pass. Lich almost does it again, where he almost own goals. Brazy wants to clean it up now. Colorado on the precipice.
I'm waiting to see if I'm about to see the fourth time. 3 times in a row, Colorado has opted for the infield, and for some reason, Oregon State, yes, they are anticipating it, but not as well as they should be. Private Boy wants to beat out Brazy, not quite possible, but Profile will. It's an infield if somebody wants to take it, but Thumper clears. Transition comes out. Colorado on the offensive, and it's a 50 back to Brazy. Shot opportunity
What a read
denied.
from Private Boy. Pre-jumped that by a mile. Private Boy now going up for it, whiffs it. Thumper need to get a defensive touch using everything he has in the tank. Profile going to put one on. We're going to go back into the blue half. Private Boy looking to keep it in the midfield. Yokes has to cut it off. Now we're just fighting back and forth. Demos going around. Lich trying to change things up and play that super aggressive style with the demos.
In Oregon State right now, the biggest thing you got to be concerned about is making sure that that last defender has boost. That has been the biggest hindrance to why they have lost so many matches. It's a lost 50. Lich with boost in the tank, able to make that save. It's a 50 forward. Profile clears out into the corner. And here come the challenges. Dead ball. Private Boy just trying inch by inch to clear this one out, but it's just shot for Thumper.
Oregon again. I'll say it one more time, hanging by a thread. Colorado putting so many shots on, and there's so much that can go wrong. Might be able to isolate something here as Thumper sends it over to Brazy. Good cutoff by Profile. This one's going to go downfield. Private Boy, Lich, locked and loaded. You can see them prepping this transition. Double commit on the midfield, but it might not matter. Thumper, it's a whiff. Yokes, they're going to have to retreat as Profile sends it downfield.
Why are they? It feels like as time goes on, Colorado's actually getting slower defensively.
It's crazy. I don't know how.
It's a good thing for Oregon. They're ramping it up. It's like running a marathon almost, right? You know you're just pacing yourself, and you at the right moment, you know when to kick it up a notch, and that's exactly what Oregon State are doing. Thumper getting past one. Can somebody get another touch off this one? Yes, he does it again. The 50s are coming through. This one down to Yokes. It's a slow shot off the crossbar. No follow-up in sight.
Profile collecting the boost. He needs to get a 50. Yokes just going to go straight forward. Brazy's going to follow up immediately. Maybe look if this can touch. The demo comes through, but a nice clear from Oregon will diffuse all of the pressure as Yokes will send it back and restart.
Oregon State really and truly needs to be so careful. They got away with murder on that one. That clear being off target is the only reason that they are still in this right now. 3 minutes, 33 seconds into this OT. Nobody has been able to end it yet. From the mid, Private Boy, second touch from himself.
No.
It's a miscommunication.
It's
low boost on last third right here. It's a tee up, a floater, and there you have it. Colorado take down Oregon State in a sweep.
There's no way Yokes is spamming. This is Rocket League. But it hurts so bad. And it was all just off a unfortunate ground pinch from the defensive side of Oregon. Tragic because it essentially forced a double commit into nowhere and completely gave possession. Meanwhile, Profile had no boost to speak of as the last player. And at that point, it was only a matter of time. GG's. I'm sorry, Bass, you lost 100K.
How many points did I get off of that? Can somebody release them? I do want to say, as far as analysis goes back into locking into this game a little bit, the way that they lost was the biggest thing I had critiqued Oregon State on, which was their third man being low on boost very consistently. Yeah. I think that they play an incredibly clean game when they all have solid boost. That is an easy thing to fix headed into the rest of summer series, but unfortunately that was just their downfall. Colorado recognized it, and it allowed them to play a much more patient game, a much more lurk-heavy game, and that really is what led to them being able to strike at those moments when we saw everything just kind of go from 0 to 100. So congratulations to Colorado on your sweep. Kudos to Oregon State, really. You guys, as rough as that was, it was much closer than it seemed on paper.
Yeah, game 1 was a bit of a blowout, but game 2 and 3 were incredibly tight overtimes. And we look at it. Oh, how much points did you get?
60,000. I put in 8K.
All right. Let's bring in the desk. Everybody point and laugh. Point and I'm sorry, Bass. How you doing, buddy?
Dude, I'm vibing.
Oh,
again.
Shush.
What do you
You're
mean?
allowed to be salty.
I mean this so seriously. There is literally zero salt right now. I am that Woody Harrelson gif of crying, but with wiping my tears with money. I have 470,000 channel points left.
Okay.
I'm just stimulating the economy out here, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
It's okay. I'll take those two.
Either way, we look at the scoreline, we see it's a 3-0. It's much closer than it actually appears. Like, it was two overtimes. Taco, you shake your head. What's wrong?
I'm the analyst of this series. If you call that one close, then I have something called.
Okay. Listen. Yes. In terms of sheer scoreline, and I will say that Oregon literally threw both of those, literally threw. I do think that when it came to Colorado, they could have ended many series much sooner. However, I think. You can't say Oregon played terrible. Yeah, they made fatal mistakes.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot. You cannot.
I'm the analyst today, all right? This is my role.
Listen.
Seb.
And I don't even mean this to really dig down and just insult the team, but, that was not the Oregon State that I've seen the past couple weeks.
Yeah,
I think they really came into that,
fair
and
enough.
they were not locked in for that one. And to say, again, that is also to say Colorado played really well, kept pressure, was always in the midst of it. Yokes is the player who everyone stares at in Colorado, and for a reason he's scoring a bunch of the goals as well. But there's way too many goals where I'm just I remember watching in the green room and just going, toss up my hands, how is that in? There's way too many mistakes. And if you're going to lose, at least get out-mech'd. At least get some passing plays.
Right? We still got two overtimes.
If you lose by 1 goal but get outshot by 10, it feels like every game.
But we still got 2 overtimes, which means, it's not like they didn't have those opportunities in overtime. Hold on, Baz. It's not like they didn't have those opportunities in overtime. They very much had many. They just couldn't convert, and then they made a fatal mistake in own goal. They
yes, sir. You may speak.
Elise, you have a question?
And then they almost own goal, and then they literally threw the last game.
Seb, your time with the talking stick is up. Hurt if you'd like to rebuttal.
I was just gonna say, for a lot of the people that watch this, when people will say, it was close on paper, blah, blah, blah. I will be the person in the middle and be like, it is so a little bit objective, because people have different opinions on what close is. Some people can sit there and say close is the fact that they went to OT twice, and some people can say that close is the score line, right? So I see where both people are coming from. No reason to bite heads off or cry. I want one piece.
I'm not even trying to bite heads off on this one. For me, at the end of the day, I think a close series is, they went to overtime. But for me, it's always the flow of the gameplay. If one team is getting all the pressure, even if they lose a game, I'm still saying that team is playing better. Like, if you give up a goal, it's like, and lose a game, it's like, okay, well, you outplayed them. You just, over-rotated. You made a singular mistake. For me, it just felt like Oregon State was playing a bit too slow. They looked really timid. They did not know how to approach that. And the worst part of it all is that by game 3, I still didn't really see enough adjustments from them. It still felt like they were giving up silly goals.
At that point, then all you're saying is that Oregon was just more efficient with what they had.
So let me end this conversation altogether, because we got at the end of the day, we got to wrap up here by saying, first off, if you enjoy us arguing, go and follow
We're
Champley.
taking this to the podcast.
Yeah, I was gonna say, guys, join the podcast. Just go to the podcast
I'm
at
rolling up
Champley
on the
Show on Twitter.
podcast for that conversation in particular.
No, seriously, like, we will all be there. The podcast will be on Fridays at 3:30 Pacific time. If you don't know what Champ League is, just go back on the VODs on this channel. It's the last VOD that we had here. It was awesome. Anyways, point 1. Point 2, Seb, they literally decided to just start a cookout in the middle of the goal in the corner in game 2 overtime, and Oregon decided that was where they were going to end it, by own goaling and bumping their teammates. So, I respect
listen,
Oregon State. They also threw that series away in game 2.
I am saying they threw the series away. That's what I'm saying.
I can't keep going back and forth on this one. Gentlemen, we got to end the day.
Yes.
We got more work to do. We'll talk about it on Friday. Let's take a look back at what happened here today on Wednesday, though. Looking back at our schedule for the day here. Herc, you're the only person who I'm not afraid to ask to speak at this point. What was your favorite match of the night?
Well, for as fun as a lot of these were, honestly, I do gotta say, Columbia UTA, you can't say it wasn't fun. UTA went into that with everybody but me saying that they had a chance, and then they not only had a chance, they made Columbia look like they were silly. So that was really, really fun, and if you didn't have a chance to go watch that, you should totally go and watch that.
Carrie Boo in chat crying, by the way. Or not crying, sorry. I'm being happy.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, they're crying either way. Tears of joy, tears of sadness. Who cares what the difference is?
Oh, yeah.
At this point, there's a little bit of sadness for a lot of the teams on the left side. I'm seeing a trend here today. Akron Gold, Bruton Parker, and Oregon State taking losses in relatively dominant fashion. The only one that is unexpected of those 4 losses would be Columbia, like we mentioned here. But because of those losses, we've now found ourselves with a little bit of a shaken up table. We got the standings here as well for East and West. I think we're starting off with the East on this one. Yes, indeed we are. And currently, we have got 4 teams at the very top still undefeated. Well, technically 5, but ISU's only played 1 game. Shawnee, Davenport, University of Akron, it's the Zips, and Ball State are our current teams at 2-0. We've got a lot more teams, though, that are currently negative. Everybody from 10 on down, from University of Akron Gold down to Fisher College, are currently at a negative state, with still, again, a decent amount of teams waiting to play their games out. Taco, you've already said it enough times tonight. Do you want to reiterate one more time just the mantra for the East teams about, hey, play your games?
I mean, kind of took it from me, but yeah, play your games. I would love it if teams actually got in here, because we would love to rate the new Northwood. I would love to see if West Virginia won a land for nothing, or if they actually carried through. And I would also love to see if all this yapping in the background from Southern Mississippi actually means anything, because I would like to see them play. The quals didn't go well. How about league play? I don't know, because week 2, and I'm still seeing nothing. Okay, that's about it.
Taco is taking my role today, and I could not be a prouder father. Moving on to West here. We've got more games that we've had to cover, more teams that we've got to cover. Stark contrast in comparison. Again, only 1 team who has yet to play a game here, and it is St. Edward's. It's a shame it's one of our top schools within the West, but really, there's a glaring number 1. Maryville still at 7-0 after today, but Oregon sneaking into that second spot at 4-1 is relatively impressive for them. Then you get down to the bottom of the table where the, let's say, less impressive teams are living at the moment. One of those teams took a big win today, though. UTA at 1-2. Herc, you got some faith that these Texas teams, which unfortunately at this point are a majority of the bottom of the table, you got faith in them to turn it around?
Yeah, we're, 1 game at a time. There's like more of us than them. Eventually somebody is got to go. If St. Edward's just doesn't play their game, I think we get to stay at 8 for a while. So if you take your right hand, you cover the record diff side, and you just look at West and location, we technically got a top 8 team right now, so not bad in my eyes. I think eventually they're gonna work their way up. I do gotta say though, UTA after their performance today, I will be keeping my eyes on them to kind of sneak their way up.
As you should, as you should. I'm also going to now get angry at production for making me look foolish here. Why do we have two teams that are both currently without games played, yet for some reason y'all decided to slot in Oklahoma Christian in between them at 1-1? I can't quite fathom why that happened today, but it's cool. We don't need to look at this graphic anymore. Bring back in our lovely faces and we get ready to close out the day here. As, look, the results have been chaotic. The arguments have been chaotic on desk, but man, it only confirms even further. I am so happy that Summer Series is back. Collegiate action is back on the table. It is back in a chaotic way. And Seb, today is just the beginning of the chaos. We still got weeks to go, bro.
Oh, dude, we got so many weeks to go. The tables will be flipped by the time this season is done. And we are just getting started. We have a bunch of teams that still need to play and to be able to top that leaderboard. So many crazy matchups, which will be throughout the course of the week. If you want to shout out your channel, Taco's channel, at some point, my channel, whenever I move, we're going to be getting all of the matches, trying to get at least most of the matches on some sort of stream so all of you can view it.
That's actually a good time here. If you guys are curious about looking at more matches, the ads down below, or the ads for quite literally all of us. I believe for everybody here, actually our ads that are down below are both the ads that we have on Twitter and on Twitch. So if you want to go follow the Twitch channels where we're going to be streaming those games, I might have a back-to-back lineup for tomorrow for more collegiate action. So if you want to tune into that, please do. Otherwise, we're about wrapped up here today. Taco, I'm going to go to you first, my guy. We might not see you with a little bit of collegiate action. Sounds like you could potentially be busy in the upcoming weeks. Any final words as we wrap up the first half of our event here?
I mean, we're still waiting for, obviously, the very top teams sometimes, as in Northwood and West Virginia, to be able to play and see how it shakes out. But for the most part, I'm glad, despite how tilting it is, that I am destitute now and that my cats can't be fed anymore because I have no much kind of points and all that stuff. Like, it's still exciting. It's still unexpected. It's still a bunch of back and forth nonsense going on. And that's really what collegiate's all about, is that the playing field is getting leveled up. And it really seems like most of the time, it's gone are the days where we have one team that we are 100% certain will take a dub. It feels like every single time we get into a series where it's like that, we're like, we do have to keep the door open a little bit for the possibility that the other team steps up. And that's exactly what it should be like. It should be a complete toss-up because it's so difficult to get into league play, and these teams are kind of showing exactly why that is.
Been a battle the entire way through. A battle I had tonight was versus Hercules. Herc, how you feeling? Finally, the economy has been stimulated. You have 60,000 channel points to work with. How quickly are you going to burn through all 60?
I will actually make an effort to gamble my points from now on, because I think I would actually be able to catch up to you, and then I don't know. I think that's just the goal at this point. And so at some point I'll call you out. I dare you to drop all 400K. It'll be fun. It'll be a great night. So make sure y'all tune in every week, because eventually that's going to happen. But as far as Summer Series in general is concerned, like I think Taco said it best, it's so fun watching the gap having been closed all of a sudden, because now it is such a guessing game with a lot of these series, and I think that's what everybody wanted eventually, was for the ceiling to be raised and for the matches to get a little bit closer. So yeah, it's been a great time, and I can't wait to come back.
Well, you guys aren't going to need to wait all too long. Seb, any closing words here? I already gave you the floor a little bit, but I'll let you speak one more time, you know?
Oh, dude, anything? First Summer Series back in a hot minute. Of course, VOD did last week, so I'm doing this week. Super fun. Honestly, working with the crew is always just amazing. Even if there are no Canadian teams playing, believe it or not, I still really enjoy this game and all the teams that come with it. So,
what do you mean none? Is Durham they're dead to you now? Like they just don't exist?
Not today. Not today.
Okay.
Relax. But it's just so much fun. Like it really is. Of course, we're going to be having so many more matches that are going to be played. So again, all of the ads that you see at the bottom, that is basically your center hub for all things collegiate. If you want more updates, we'll be updating matches. Roster changes, which Concord, a lot of stuff. And of course, check out the podcast this Friday if you want to get updated on all the news around collegiate at Champ League Show on Twitter. You can check that out and be up to date with absolutely everything, because the season's just started. It's going to get so much more heated by the end of it. You're not going to want to miss it. And of course, follow all these lovely people.
Seb took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to tell you to watch the podcast on Friday. I'm going to tell you to tune into matches tomorrow. Make sure to follow all of our Twitters so that you can stay up to date with everything that is going on for all of the CCA Summer Series sponsored by Nelnet Bank. Once again, we appreciate you guys tuning in here today. We do appreciate Nelnet Bank as well. And I appreciate my lovely analyst for joining me on the desk. Couple shout outs for people behind the scenes as well. It's a long line of production. I can at least see 5 people in the call right now. Shout out to Exotic, RJ, JSA, Parkour, and Kylie for getting everything done. I can't believe I just called Joey Parkour. That felt weird. Never doing that again. We love all the people working behind the scenes. We love you lovely folks at home. Make sure to follow the channel and tune in next week for even more CCA Summer Series action, or join us on the podcast on Friday. It's your decision. Either way, I better see you there. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, and we'll see you next time.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
As the stars were dancing 1974.
I gotta get to you. I gotta get to you.